Welcome to HOJO Radio.
Pepsi Cola, it's the spot. 12 full ounces, that's a lot. Twice as much for a nickel, too. Pepsi Cola is the drink for you. Nickel, 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 nickel.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invite you to Let George Do It. Another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. Danger is my stock and trade. If it's something you can't handle and it must remain strictly confidential, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, I've worked very hard to get what I want out of life. A successful marriage, a husband who's highly respected in the community, everything. Now, by one of her foolish whims, my own sister threatens to destroy all that. She's been missing for 2 days and must be found without any publicity. That's why I'm calling on you.
Calling on you instead of the police. Phone me this afternoon when my husband is sure not to be here. Tuxedo Lake, 673. I'll be at your office any time you say. Signed, Edith Wilder.
Tuxedo Lake, huh?
Uh-huh.
That little body of water's become very fashionable lately.
Well, I don't want to sound grasping, George, but if the Wilders live on the exclusive island in Tuxedo Lake...
Yeah, I know, Brooksy. The fee could be a thing of beauty. All right, call Mrs. Wilder for an appointment at the office tomorrow morning.
After thinking it over, Mr. Valentine, I decided to bring Angela's husband with me.
Oh?
Edith, you shouldn't have hired this man's services. Angela is free to do anything she chooses now.
Leave this to me, Walter. This is my sister's husband, Mr. Philliston.
Philliston?
How do you do?
My assistant, Miss Brooks.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Do you mind if she takes some notes? So far, I'm in the dark about this whole thing.
Anytime you're ready.
It'll take just a few not very pleasant words. Angela's disappeared again. This time, there's every reason to believe it'll cause a scandal none of us will ever live down.
Oh, Edith.
Mrs. Wilder, just how old is your sister?
Well, she's 2 years younger than I am, 42. You'll get all the information you need, and I'm sure you'll know just how to proceed.
You may as well tell him the whole truth, Edith. As long as you've gone this far.
Walter.
Do you want me to put all this down, George?
No, Brooksy. I think we'll get to the point right now. Look, Mrs. Wilder, what about the whole truth?
Oh, I wanted to avoid that.
You see, Mr. Valentine, I'm Angela's third husband.
Take it down from here, Brooksy.
Right, George.
The third man she's married through a matrimonial agency.
And now corresponding with another man before she's even divorced from Walter.
Oh, I see.
No matter what happens, this must never come out. You don't know how people are out at Tuxedo Lake. Even if my own husband found this out...
When I put the word confidential in my ad, Mrs. Wilder, I meant it. Now, Mr. Philliston, are you sure your wife was corresponding with another man?
Yes, I found a letter from him and his picture in a bureau drawer. I tore it up right in front of her face and threw it in the fire.
Well, that wasn't very smart. It might have helped you get a divorce without paying through the nose.
Oh, I realize that now.
What do you mean by that?
Well, last Monday, I had lunch with Angela. She said she'd settle for $20,000 in cash in our house on Tuxedo Island.
And you mean you just shelled out $20,000 like that?
Yes, that same afternoon. It seemed the easiest way. She threatened to sue me for desertion if I left her and take all the money I have if she took me to court and tied up my contracts. And I'm a builder, you know, and it would cost me much more than that.
I just want you to bring Angela back here before she causes a scandal that will wreck all our lives.
Mr. Philliston, would you recognize the man in that picture if you ever saw him?
I can't be sure. I suppose so. I was so upset I don't even remember the name if there was one.
George, don't you think we ought to get the name of that marriage club?
I ought to know that. That's the way I met her. It's the Selby Friendship Club. Meet your companion for life.
The important thing is this, Mr. Valentine. Walter is staying with me and my husband on the island. So far, we only told Richard that Angela is off visiting some friends. It must remain that way.
Okay, I'll do my best. You'd better give me the keys to your place, Philliston. Maybe I can pick up a lead there.
Here you are. That's that. When a woman is just over 40, well over 60...
This is no time for you to feel sorry for yourself, Walter.
Here you are, Brooksy. Take these keys. I'll meet you on the landing at Tuxedo Lake in a couple of hours. Then we'll go over to Mr. Philliston's house.
Okay, George.
Well, what are you going to do, Mr. Valentine?
Pay a visit to the Selby Friendship Club. See what I can find out about Angela's unknown suitor. Now, Mr. Selby, I'm afraid I'm not mistaken.
I can't believe it, Mr. Valentine. Not Angela Kramer Holloway, Philistine.
Amazing how you remember the names of all her husbands. But, of course, you've been providing her with them for years.
Young man, I don't like your cynical tone.
So sorry. I guess I got out of the wrong side of the bed this morning.
The Friendship Club serves a very definite purpose.
Yeah, I know.
Bringing together people with identical interests has proven much more successful than aimless courtships and haphazard romances. Our motto is meet your companion for life.
Such as Mrs. Angela Kramer Holloway Philistine.
Of course, there are exceptions.
All right,
but...
let's skip the spiel, Cupid. It stands to reason that if Angela got the romantic urge again, she'd patronize the Friendship Club, which gave us such excellent service in the past.
Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you, sir. I know of no correspondence between Mrs. Philistine and any of my clients.
You sure about that?
In fact, Mr. Valentine, I tore up Angela's card in our files. After a year, I assumed she was blissfully united with that nice elderly Mr. Philistine.
Well, don't get a nervous breakdown, friend. You can always type another card. Now, look, you put out a bulletin, don't you, listing the different eager beavers bent on matrimony?
Yes, indeed, once every month.
Well, if I could get a hold of your latest bulletin, maybe Mr. Philistine could spot the man he saw in that letter.
Unfortunately, the new bulletin won't be off the press at the Bixby printers for another week. Then I shall be glad to let you see one.
Thanks a lot.
Oh, don't mention it. But if you think I'm just one of those fly-by-night marriage bureaus, you're sadly mistaken. I've spent 30 years bringing together people who thought they didn't have a soulmate in the world.
Goodbye, Mr. Selby.
Well, George, looks as though this trip to Philistine's house wasn't worth the boat ride across the lake.
Yeah, Angel. Everything neat as a pin inside there. Not a sign of violence anywhere.
Well, we don't have much to work on, do we?
Well, I thought I could get something out of Selby. That was a complete washout.
Well, George,
Yeah, Brooksy?
may I say something? I mean, as a woman.
I wouldn't have you say it any other way.
Oh. Well, did you notice Mrs. Philistine's closets?
Like any other woman's, why?
Stuffed to overflowing with furs, lined with dozens of dresses and racks of shoes.
Look, this is no time to comment on feminine extravagance, Angel.
Yeah, but how about feminine psychology?
Huh?
Well, members of our sex just don't leave all those frills and fripperies behind, especially when we're supposed to be running off with another man.
Yeah. Hey, wait a minute, Brooksy. You got something.
Mm-hmm.
Look, get to a phone.
Okay, I saw one in the living room.
Call the Wilders. If Edith doesn't want to walk over here, ask her for a quick inventory of her sister's things.
Of course. She'll know if Angela took anything with her.
How do you like that? She can't just be missing. Nothing as simple
ever is, my friend.
Hey, where did you come from?
Who are you, one of Angela's friends? It's hard to tell. Sometimes they're young, sometimes they're old.
What have you got to do with Angela?
Oh, nothing. I'm just her son.
Son?
So you see, I speak with authority. Can I get you a drink?
Well, if you're her son, aren't you at all concerned about what's happened to her since Monday?
I haven't been able to sleep one single night.
Now, that's obvious.
I have the greatest admiration for my mother and her assorted husbands. I'm Bud Kramer. I spring from Mama's #1 marriage club bargain. Are you going to be the fourth, Papa?
The name's Valentine. I'm here to see if I can find your mother.
Get out.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
I said get out. If you never find her, it'll be the best break I ever got. This house will belong to me, and I'll come into some money.
If you don't stop sticking your chin in my face, son, I'm going to have to do something about it.
Oh, it's fine to have a mother you can respect. You know, you can always help her with her letters when she decides it's time for another husband. Well, didn't you hear me? Get out of here!
Let's not be a problem, huh?
Let go of my arm.
You'd better go upstairs and go to bed. You've had a busy night, and you've been getting around today, too. Go on, sleep it off.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll sing myself to sleep with Brahms' lullaby. Or maybe I'll make it Mother McCree. Be sure to find my mother, will you? Tell her how much a little boy needs her.
George, who was that? What does he mean?
We'll get to him later. What did Edith say?
Well, it's the strangest thing, darling.
Yeah, what is?
Edith says apparently Angela didn't take a stitch of clothing with her. And you know that blue plaid dress hanging over the chair in her bedroom?
Yeah, I saw it.
Well, Walter said that was the one she wore the day he gave her the $20,000 and she disappeared.
With a towel around her or a bathing suit? Oh, no, Brooksy, this doesn't whack up at all.
Yeah, I know.
It's beginning to look more like something for homicide, not missing persons.
Well, Lieutenant Riley is just going to love us when we present him with this case.
Well, of course, we're not sure yet. Brooksy, I'm going to take one more stab at keeping this confidential.
Meaning?
A visit to Bixby Printers. I'd like to get a preview of next month's bulletin of the Friendship Club. I know Selby's bulletin hasn't come out yet, Mr. Bixby, but could I take a look at the advance proofs?
Well, I suppose I could do that for you. They're right over here.
Oh, we'll have them back in the morning. We just want someone to take a look at.
I take it, Mr. Valentine, you're from the police.
Well, let's just say I'm working with the police.
Well, okay, just so long I don't lose any time on the job. Yeah, they're right here in this file. I just had them out a couple hours ago. Selby called up and wanted something ripped out before we went to press.
Oh.
George, that would be after you talked to him.
Yeah, I know. Look, Bixby, have you got that part Selby wanted left out?
Was there a picture of a man in it?
No, as I remember it, it was the listing of a lady. She must have changed her mind. Happens all the time. Sent the picture back to Mr. Selby by messenger. But here's the copy that went with it, if you want to see it.
Yeah. Friendship Club member number 40. Young, attractive divorcee. Amiable, fun-loving, anxious to live life to the fullest. Major interests, good books, cooking, and so forth and so on.
Well, that's a dead end.
Yeah. All right, Mr. Bixby, we'll have these back to you in the morning first thing. Let's get back, Brooksy.
You know, I'm beginning to feel like a Tuxedo Lake commuter. It's all very well to be exclusive, George, but I'd hate to make this trip to the island every time I came home late.
Yeah, it is kind of dark, Angel. But that green light way up ahead, that's the Philistine dock.
Say, what happens if Mr. Philistine doesn't recognize any of these Romeos in the bulletin as Angela's boyfriend?
Well, suspecting what we do, Brooksy, we'll just have to dump the case in Lieutenant Riley's lap tomorrow morning.
We won't be giving him much to work on, except our suspicions.
And the fact that when a woman walks around with $20,000 in cash, she just naturally... Hey, Brooksy, that motorboat coming toward us.
Well, they can see us. They've got their searchlight right on us.
Well, I can't see a thing with that glare.
Turn, George, turn. They're coming right at us.
I'm trying. What's the matter with you, you fool? Can't you see it? Brooksy!
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, a word about preparedness and that summer holiday. If you're planning a vacation trip with the family car, here's a suggestion from a whole group of service folks, the men at standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations. As soon as you can, stop in. And they'll be glad to give your car a troubleshooting vacation check. It's no fun to be way out in the middle of nowhere with a broken fan belt or sparkless spark plugs or a radiator that wants to be a geyser. To guard against that kind of mishap on your vacation, get a bumper-to-bumper inspection before you leave. Comes the day you're ready to start out, make sure your car has its two best highway friends, Chevron Supreme gasoline and RPM motor oil. Wherever your vacation takes you in the West, just keep in mind that the men at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. A small outboard motorboat heading toward the island in Tuxedo Lake. Suddenly, out of the darkness roars a powerful motorboat, its searchlight blinding George and Claire. A sudden, terrifying crash as the boat upsets, leaving its shaken occupants to struggle ashore. And now, a few minutes later, in front of the fireplace in the Philistine home, George and Claire are trying to puzzle out just what they might have stumbled on in this strange case of Angela Philistine. Angela, still married but corresponding with a matrimonial club, and now missing for days.
Oh, George, this fire feels wonderful.
Yeah, it sure does. Well, there's one thing sure. Whoever just tried to feed us to the fish is right here on Tuxedo Lake.
Yeah, but what is it we know that we don't know we know?
Oh, Brooksy, at this point, I don't know from nothing. The three people who might possibly want us out of the way are right here on this island. Bud Kramer, Angela's son, who hates his own mother.
Mr. Philliston, who got such a raw deal from Angela the one and only time he used the services of the Friendship Club.
Yeah, that's right. And Sister Edith, who said she'd do anything to keep a breath of scandal from the swank shores of Tuxedo Island.
All this doesn't exactly give you a comfortable feeling, does it?
Brooksy, before we see Lieutenant Riley in the morning, we're going to check every boat tied up around this lake. Hey, come here, Brooksy.
Huh? George, the Philliston boat.
Yeah, the Angela. Tied up right here in front of the house, as innocent as you please. And look at this big dent right here on her nose. All the paint scraped off.
Well, it looks more and more like it has to be one of those three.
Yeah.
Hey,
what the?
There's somebody out there in the lake, George.
Oh, what a night. Just hope whoever was using this boat tonight left the keys in it.
Valentine, I've told you. I went into the village to celebrate.
Sounds phony to me, Bud.
What have you got to celebrate with your mother missing?
Well, that's what I was celebrating.
Let's skip that routine. Huh?
I was feeling pretty good, so I thought I'd swim across the lake.
Clothes and all?
Seemed like a good idea at the time. Suddenly I had to prove to myself that I was a reasonable facsimile of a man.
Yeah.
Guess I'm not in very good shape.
How about this version, Bud? You tied up the Angela after you plowed into us. And you were swimming away from the island toward the shore.
Then you'd be in the clear.
I don't know what you two are talking about.
We'll see about that later. Now, you go upstairs to your room and stay there.
Look, you can't order me around.
I said go to your room.
Yeah, go to your room, buddy. When I was a kid, whenever I was in the way, Angela would say, go to your room, buddy. My adoring mother. Fun-loving. Anxious to live life to the fullest. Well, where's my wondering mother tonight?
I can't help feeling sorry for that boy, George.
To tell you the truth, I wasn't listening to him very hard.
What?
These red flagstones in front of the fireplace.
Yeah, what about them?
Red stains on red flagstones wouldn't show up very clearly ordinarily, but the light of the fire brings them out.
Huh?
Look at them, Brooksy.
Is that blood?
Could be. This might be the sign of violence we didn't find when we went over this place before.
Well, if you're right, Lieutenant Riley will certainly have something to work on when we come back here in the morning.
And if I'm right, Brooksy, it means Angela Philliston was murdered.
All right, Valentine. Where are these blood stains you dragged me out here to see?
What, George, they're gone.
Wait a minute, what is this? Someone scrubbed these flagstones clean during the night.
You don't say.
Oh, what a mental midget I turned out to be. I should have stayed right here while you went back to town, Brooksy.
But how could anybody know what we found?
Oh, well, at least I'm bright enough to know the answer.
The picture. Next you'll be talking about trap doors and hidden passages.
Oh, that's not fair, Lieutenant
I
Riley.
get dragged out of bed. I bring the best men in the department out here with me. They dredge the lake, and all they're coming up with is some undernourished trout.
All right, Riley. Give me a chance to think, will you?
Hayes here. Look at him. One of the best men in our lab, crawling around on his knees like a charwoman, looking for something that isn't here.
I'll be through here in a minute, Lieutenant.
Oh, I can't thank you enough for that bracing, invigorating trip across the lake, Valentine, but I've got better things to do with my time.
Lieutenant, somebody tried to run us down on the lake last night, and he was using Philliston's boat.
Yeah.
Lieutenant.
Yeah, what is it, Hayes?
These red particles between the cracks in the floor here. They might mean something.
All right, be careful with those, Hayes. Very careful.
Got them in this bottle. You want to initial the label, Lieutenant, in case we ever need it for evidence?
Yeah, sure. But just remember this, Valentine. If this proves to be ketchup from a weenie roast they had in this fireplace, I'll... So help me, I'll do it!
What do you say we wait and see, Lieutenant? It may not be ketchup at all. Just barbecue sauce. The kind that's too hot to handle.
Well, Valentine was right. It was blood, all right. Human blood.
Angela's? I don't understand. Who'd want to kill her?
Oh, I can't believe it.
We found it's the same blood type as your sister's, Mrs. Wilder.
Oh, no. No.
Now, that's not going to help at all, Mrs. Wilder.
I know I may have sounded selfish and petty, just thinking of the scandal Angela might cause, but now that it looks as though my sister was murdered, none of that matters.
All right, folks, all right. Let's settle down and do some straight talking, huh? Mr. Philliston.
Yes, Lieutenant.
Well, this is the way it shapes up. Your wife never left the island. If she did, she was carried out after she was murdered in front of that fireplace. And we'll find the body if we have to dig up every inch around Tuxedo Lake.
Lieutenant, I admit I wanted to hate Angela when I found out what she was doing. But I'll give everything I own to find the man who killed her.
Mr. Valentine, you were trying to track down the man Angela was corresponding with. What did you find out at that friendship club?
I did have some pictures for Mr. Philliston to identify. But they're all at the bottom of the lake now.
Yes, very convenient.
About the $20,000, Mr. Philliston, that you were supposed to have given your wife.
No, what about it?
We checked into all of your accounts. There's no record of any withdrawal like that.
Well, I took that money out of a safe deposit box.
Well, that's not where most people keep that much money, is it, Mr. Philliston?
Oh, no, but being in the building game, it pays to be able to put your hands on ready cash.
All right, that's your story.
Oh, I know what you're thinking, but you're wrong. Maybe it was foolish to resort to a marriage club, but I was lonely. She never brought me any happiness, but I never hurt Angela.
Well, we're going to stay right here at headquarters because we got a lot of things to talk about. I'm still checking on Bud Kramer's story. All he does is prattle about his amiable, fun-loving mother.
Oh, he's still at it, huh? Look, Brooksy.
Yes, George.
You stick right here. Lieutenant, you don't mind if I duck out for a few minutes, do you?
Oh, I won't waste time asking you why.
Oh, but I'll tell you. There's a little angle to this case I overlooked, but I'm going to take care of it right now. Come on, Selby, give. You were holding out on me before, weren't you?
Well, I answered all of your questions to the best of my knowledge.
You mean you just told me as much as you thought I should know? But now you got to open up, Selby. This is a murder case, and the police are in on it.
Oh, dear.
Well, come on, give.
All right. You understand, I had to think of my business, what it might sound like if Angela's disappearance ever got into the papers. You know
Never mind that, Cupid. Get to the point.
Yes, of course. I suppose I should have told you that Angela was the second wife of Walter Philliston met through the Friendship Club.
Well, surprise.
That's the truth.
Some names, Selby, some facts.
Well, the name of Philliston's first wife was Frida Merritt. She was a widow, pretty well off.
Yeah?
They were married 5 years ago, and then she...
Then what?
She was out alone fishing about 2 years ago. Her boat turned over, and she was drowned. But it was an accident, Mr. Valentine. The police said it was.
Uh-huh. Better get your hat, Selby.
Why, where are we going?
Police headquarters. I want you to repeat that story to Lieutenant Riley. I think we found the answer to just what's been happening over there on Tuxedo Island.
Well, thanks, Mr. Selby. Now, what about this, Philliston?
I suppose I should have known this would have come out anyway.
Why didn't you tell us before that you got your first wife through Selby's Friendship Club?
Yes, you made us believe you were just a lonely man. And that was the first time you ever did anything like that.
Does any man ever want to admit that he was played for a fool twice?
What's that supposed to mean?
Frida and I weren't too happy after a while.
And she died. Well, believe me, we're going to check into that accident, and much more thoroughly this time, now that we know what we're looking for.
That was an accident.
And what about Angela?
Oh, I don't know what happened to Angela after I gave her the $20,000.
Of which we find no record.
I'm sorry, Mr. Philliston, but I had to tell them what I knew.
Oh, leave me alone.
Oh, I do hope there'll be as little mention of the Friendship Club as possible in this affair.
Is that all you've got to worry about, Mr. Selby?
Of course, Miss Brooks. I've spent years and years building up...
Okay, Selby, okay. You can beat it now. We'll call you when we need you.
Yes, Lieutenant. Of course.
Just a minute, Lieutenant.
Huh?
Is it your usual practice to let a murderer walk out of your office?
What are you talking about?
You mean Selby?
What kind of a joke is this supposed to be? I told you all I knew.
Let me in on this, Valentine.
Me too.
I'd certainly like to know what you're talking about.
You had me on the hook for a long time, Selby, until I started remembering a few things.
Lieutenant, he doesn't know what he's saying.
Well, suppose we listen anyway.
And stop squirming, Mr. Lonely Hearts. You can't talk your way out of this. It's there in black and white.
Please, Mr. Valentine, tell us what you know.
When I first walked into your office, Selby, you said you thought Mrs. Philliston was happily married.
Well, yes.
You said you even took a card out of the file and tore it up.
That's right.
But then why did you have her name listed in your new bulletin as a likely marriage prospect?
That's a lie.
Friendship Club member number 40, young, attractive divorcee, amiable, fun-loving, anxious to live life to the fullest.
Of course. That was a description of Angela. We never thought of it because we were looking for a man.
Those are the same words her son keeps repeating like a drunken parrot.
Words he could never forget, because they were the ones Angela always used when she was looking for a new husband.
That's the same way she described herself in the ad I answered.
Lieutenant, you don't
Save it, Cupid. You just ran your business too well. And that's what's going to hang you.
George, I still don't understand what reason Selby had for killing Angela.
Because Cupid got double-crossed, Angel.
Double-crossed?
Yep. According to Riley, Selby had quite a little racket on the side. Like Angela, for instance.
Oh?
He saw she was getting restless with a man so much older than herself.
I see. So why not get a nice fat settlement from the old boy? The Friendship Club can always come up with a new husband.
They would have split that $20,000, Brooksy. But when she said, no go, and if you do anything about it, I'll go to the police, he killed her and buried her body.
Selby didn't miss a trick, did he? Even to using Philistine's boat to run us down.
Well, he knew what the police would think when they learned about how he married the first Mrs. Philistine and how she died. Which, by the way, was an accident.
Oh, darling, I'm so glad. That we met in a nice, normal way.
Oh, yeah. A USO canteen. Yeah, I remember. You were one of the hostesses.
Yeah.
You walked up and said demurely, "What about it, soldier? Dance?"
Oh, yeah. Wasn't it beautiful?
Yeah. And then I said...
And that was that. After all, no girl could resist such a pretty compliment.
It's after 8 o'clock, and every minute counts. Mary's going to lead the promenade at the senior ball, if she ever gets there. Right now, she's with Roger in his car, and there's a big silence. Roger choked the engine and flooded the carburetor. Too bad. He should have used Chevron Supreme gasoline in his car. Special blending agents in this premium quality gasoline assure instant starts, speedy warm-up, powerful getaway in heavy traffic driving, fast starts, and all the power your car can handle wherever you're driving in the West. That's because Chevron Supreme is scientifically tailored to each different climate and altitude zone. Whether you're driving a new car or one that's many years old, you'll like the new get up and go that Chevron Supreme gives your car. Ask for it tomorrow at any standard station or independent Chevron gas station where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. Next week, when you tune our way for another adventure of George Valentine, you'll hear...
Oh, Mr. Dimmick. What was that?
One of the many voices of darkness that echo through the tunnel of love.
Now, calm yourself, Claire.
What's that up ahead?
Yeah, what is that dim light, Dimmick? Seems to be coming from the wall of the tunnel.
It looks like a man. Maybe he's in trouble. You better hurry.
Patience. We can travel only as fast as the water flows through the tunnel. It's like fate carrying us.
That man's got a gun in his hand.
Yeah, pointed right at us. Down on the boat, everybody. That guy means business.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Irene Tedrow as Edith, Paul McVeigh as Walter, Jack Edwards as Bud, Joe Forte as Selby, and Stanley Farrar as Bixby. The music is composed and conducted by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
It seems to me that mothers get smarter and smarter all the time. For instance, in the old days, when it came time to wean the baby, some mothers would switch to ordinary bottled milk. They had a time of it, too, because the baby was used to pet evaporated milk. And he had some pretty definite ways of telling Mom that he didn't like any change in diet. Well, these days, mothers don't have that trouble at weaning time. They just keep baby on pet milk, and everything's rosy. Baby liked pet milk in the bottle, he likes it in the glass. And even more important, the very same protective substances in pet evaporated milk that help babies build sound teeth, strong, straight bones, and make sturdy, steady growth helps youngsters through all their growing years. Yes, it's getting so in happy homes throughout the country. Youngsters have safe, easy-to-digest pet milk from the time they're born till they have pet milk babies of their own. Which is probably one reason why there are more happy, healthy youngsters today than ever before.
HOJO Radio, we're your old-time radio headquarters. Stay tuned.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invite you to Let George Do It. Another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. Danger is my stock and trade. If it's too hot for you to handle and far off the beaten track, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
My dear sir, if you're a moviegoer at all, you must know me, Peter Murch, the small, ineffectual man everyone laughs at as soon as he appears on the screen. But there's nothing humorous about my present dilemma. After 30 years, I'm to be starred in my next picture. But unless you can help me, I'll have to say no to this dream of a lifetime. This is hard to explain
in so many words. But if you'll meet me at the Farm Food Vegetarian Restaurant at 1 o'clock today, I'll explain everything. Signed, urgently, Peter Murch.
Oh, sure, Brooksy. You know, that gnome-like character from the movies?
Oh, Casper Milquetoast himself.
That's the guy.
The henpecked little man who puts galoshes over his rubbers when it rains.
George Valentine, maker of stars. Hey, I wonder how I fit into this picture.
Well, I can't wait to find out.
Well, then, on to Mr. Murch.
Oh, but just one thing, George.
Yeah, what's that, Angel?
Well, if we have to have lunch at a vegetarian restaurant, could we stop off for a hamburger first?
Veggie-burgers. I insist we have veggie-burgers for lunch.
Veggie-burgers?
Yes, indeed, Miss Brooks. And if I didn't tell you, you wouldn't know they were made of nuts and choice legumes. Peas, beans...
Yeah, I'm sure they're going to be real tasty. But what about your letter? What's on your mind, Mr. Murch?
Oh, dear. I knew that letter would sound confusing.
To say the least.
You see, Mr. Valentine, I had a long talk with my psychoanalyst. And you know what?
What?
I'm schizophrenic.
Oh, no.
I'm not one person, I'm two, battling furiously with each other.
Who's winning?
I'm not really that mild, retiring little man that millions of people know. No. There's another side of me that craves excitement, even violence.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Mr. Murch.
But it's quite true, young man. My psychoanalyst tells me I just can't go on being a house divided. No. I simply must involve myself in some kind of exciting adventure.
Well, what does your doctor expect you to do? Go out and kiss the first beautiful blonde you see on the street?
Oh, no. I'm serious, Mr. Valentine. Look at me. Practically a nervous wreck. I simply can't go on being the prim Peter Murch my public expects of me. When the director says, lights, camera, I begin to shake. That's the other side of me coming out.
Oh, that's bad.
Yes, I break into a cold sweat. I feel like screaming. Right out there in front of everybody.
Well, maybe all you need is a good scream.
No, it isn't that simple. My psychoanalyst says I've been playing the timid soul in my personal life as well as on the screen. And it's affecting me. Anyway, I can't go into this new picture.
Oh, but Mr. Murch, you've worked so hard all these years. And this is your first starring role.
And it would be my first failure, too, in my mental condition.
And, you want me to provide the excitement?
Yes, Mr. Valentine. Perhaps introduce me to some low, disreputable characters. Take me to places where almost anything can happen, you know.
You really think that would help?
Well, my psychoanalyst seems to think so. You will help me, won't you, Mr. Valentine?
Well,
now, I'll pay your regular fee and whatever expenses we incur.
Well, okay, it's a deal. We'll see what forms of mild excitement we can find for you.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Valentine. I'll be grateful to you as long as I live. Can we start now?
Oh, hey, wait a minute. I have to make some plans. What about 8 o'clock tonight? You see, I usually don't go out hunting excitement, Mr. Murch. As a rule, it just happens.
Oh, no, George. You're not going to take poor Mr. Murch to Mark Logan's grotto.
Well, he wants excitement.
Yeah, but not that low dive. He'll faint as soon as he gets in the door.
Oh, darling, Mark Logan is a respectable citizen these days. He's gone straight.
Yeah, in a crooked sort of way.
He's running a genteel pool parlor and so-called grill. And if a fight breaks out now and then, you can't blame Mark.
Try and hit me with a pool cue, are you?
Ah, you had it coming. I seen you move that number 7 ball when you thought I wasn't looking. Why you...
Oh, Mr. Valentine. Oh, my goodness.
This'll show you.
Well, here you are, Mr. Murch. Life on the raw.
Oh, my, this is exciting. 3rd brawl in 1 hour.
Just what the doctor ordered.
Okay, let that mug get up or beat his brains in.
Oh, yeah, I'll tear you apart.
Come on now, you two lugs. Break it up and get back to your game. I'm running a respectable joint here.
Not yet, Logan. Not before I split his skull with his chair.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, another inch, Mr. Murch, and that chair would have parted your head.
Yeah, and permanently.
Okay, beat it, both of you. Finish it out in the alley.
All right, Logan, it won't take me long.
I'll make it look like a pound of hamburger, brother.
You gotta excuse him, Mr. Valentine. The boys get kind of playful once in a while.
Oh, sure, Mr. Logan. And you lose more pool cues that way.
Oh, Mr. Murch, we'd better get out of here before things really get rough.
Oh, I wouldn't think of it for a moment. I'm just beginning to feel better.
Oh. Mr. Murch.
Yes, Mr. Valentine.
Here's a nickel.
Well, thank you.
Why don't you get something on the jukebox over there? I want to talk to Mr. Logan a minute.
This is so exciting. Evening, I've been waiting.
Don't pay no attention to them numbers, Mr. Murch. Wherever you put your nickel, all you get is Mother McCree. That's my favorite.
George, I'm afraid we've underestimated our timid soul. He can't get enough.
Yeah, and you certainly did your best, Logan.
Yeah, which brings up a point, Mr. Valentine. I don't want to be mercenary or nothing like that.
Yeah?
But there's a question of money. Joe and Alex just now almost killed themselves. There's them other 2 fights we framed up.
Okay, Logan. Hey, this ought to take care of the boys.
Yeah, thanks. Say, if I knew you was willing to pay this much, I could have fixed up something real messy for the old boy. Oh, that song. Ain't it beautiful? Mother McCree.
Yeah, sure. Got any other ideas for excitement, Logan?
Well, that little guy don't scare easy. Now, wait. How about this? When you people leave the joint, I'll get the boys to drive up in a big black sedan.
Yeah?
They grab the little guy and take him out in the country for a spell.
You mean kidnap him?
Oh, I wouldn't put it that way, Miss Brooks. They lock him in a cellar for a couple of days, keep him tied up. Ain't gonna hurt him none.
Hey, hold it, Logan. That's going a little too far.
Yeah. I've got an idea. Yeah. And I think it'll work, too.
What's that?
Here's what you do. You take Mr. Murch out to the Seaside Amusement Park.
Oh, after this, a ride on the Ferris wheel is going to leave him cold.
It's nothing like that. You're going to take him through the Tunnel of Love.
Oh, Mr. Logan, I'll admit you can find a certain kind of excitement in the Tunnel of Love. But I doubt if Peter Murch is my type.
He was talking to me, Brooksy.
He's not your type either.
What I was thinking, Mr. Valentine, is I happen to know the guy who runs the Tunnel of Love. His name is Len Dimmick.
Oh, goody, George. Maybe we can get a special discount.
What I mean is I'll call up Len and have him take the trip through the tunnel with you, personal. He's one of them practical jokers, so he'll play along with the gag. Now, dream up a couple of stunts. Leave it to Len to find a way to scare the pants off you, Mr. Murch.
Well, it's worth a try, Logan, and the night's getting shorter. I got to earn my fee.
If you want to get out of that amusement park quick, better take Walton Boulevard. They're tearing up Grayson Avenue.
Okay, thanks a lot, Logan. Oh, Mr. Murch.
Yes, Mr. Valentine?
If you can drag yourself away from Mother McCree, we'd like you to join us in a blood-curdling journey through the Tunnel of Love.
Oh, just think of it. The 3 of us, alone, together. This should be real exciting.
Nice racket you got here, Dimmick. Selling 5 minutes worth of darkness?
Darkness is a valuable commodity, Mr. Valentine.
It is?
Yeah, just like I was telling Mr. Murch here.
Well, after all those gruesome things you've been telling us, I don't think I want to hear any more.
Well, facts are facts, Mr. Murch. Dimmick is right. Now, could you find a cozier place for a murder than a Tunnel of Love?
Yeah, that reminds me. I remember a happy couple who took a ride through here just for a little innocent smooching. And then...
Yes?
Suddenly, death struck. A silent, cruel blow.
I wish we had some light in here.
What? In the tunnel of love?
Oh, yeah, I remember that, Jimmy. It was an unsolved crime, wasn't it?
Often wondered how the poor man was killed, and how the young lady felt when she heard him scream. Here, in the darkness.
Mr. Dimmick, what was that?
Oh, one of the many voices of darkness that echoed through the tunnel of love.
Just calm yourself, Mr. Murch.
Well, I wasn't really frightened at all, Mr. Valentine.
You're a brave man, Mr. Murch. Nobody knows what the next step into the darkness may lead to. Nobody knows...
Mr. Dimmick!
I think our friend missed his profession. He should have been an actor.
Mr. Valentine, Mr. Dimmick, I think he's fainted.
Huh? Fainted?
And his hair... I think it's blood.
Oh, what are you talking about? Wait.
My head.
Let me get to it.
George, he's not moving.
I'll light a match.
Look at him. We've got to get him out of here, get him to a hospital.
In my...
He's trying to say something to you, Mr. Valentine.
What is it, Dimmick? What is it? What are you trying to say?
In my pocket.
Oh.
Transfer.
Yeah.
Take it. Bus. Transfer. Hold on. Huh?
We'll get a doctor, Mr. Dimmick. He'll take care of you.
Here, strike another match, will you, Mr. Murch?
Yes.
I don't think Dimmick has much use for a doctor now, Brooksy.
George.
But, Mr. Valentine, this can't be true. Why, the things like this simply don't happen.
I'm afraid this is an exception to the rule, Mr. Murch. Dimmick's been murdered.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, a word about how to be kind to your starter. It's often the little things that make your day a good one or a rough one. The simple business of starting your car, for example. If it's obstinate and gives you a bad time when you want to get going, it can add up to a lot of irritation. For fast starts every time, and wherever you're driving, just try Chevron Supreme gasoline in your car. This premium quality gasoline is climate tailored, specially adapted to each different climate and altitude zone in the West. Day or night, summer or winter, you can depend upon it for fast starts. And that's a saving, too, of the power in your battery. What's more, Chevron Supreme gives your car smooth acceleration and extra power for rugged hills. Get a tank full tomorrow at any standard station or independent Chevron gas station where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. And now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Well, here's the situation. You take on a cockeyed job because that happens to be your business. A character actor wants you to provide him with some excitement because his psychoanalyst told him he's been playing the meek, timid type so long, it's beginning to affect his work. So you give Peter Murch a ride for his money, including a ride through the tunnel of love in an amusement park. And then, murder strikes in the darkness.
Valentine?
Yeah, Lieutenant Riley?
Usually people manage to get killed in bed, in their home, or on the street. But Dimmick gets murdered in his own tunnel of love. And you're right there with him.
Oh, I know it sounds fantastic, Lieutenant. But believe me, we were just trying to introduce a little excitement into Mr. Murch's life.
That's right. It was all very innocent.
Oh, well, how was George to know anything like this would happen?
Miss Brooks, I'm just a public servant. I get paid a reasonable sum each month to maintain law and order. And I don't like it when somebody gets paid to promote pool room brawls and instigate other forms of public disturbance.
All right, stop quoting the police manual, Lieutenant. Yeah. Whatever happened here tonight would have happened whether I was in on this deal or not.
It's just that my psychoanalyst said...
Mr. Murch, why don't you go somewhere and have a nice, quiet, nervous breakdown?
Oh, my
When I'm through here, I'll come and join you. Murder in the tunnel of love.
Oh, Lieutenant.
Yes, Brennan?
The doc just got through with Dimmick. Skull fracture. Blunt instrument.
All right, I'll be right there. Tell the boys to get some lights set up in that tunnel. We're going to go over it inch by inch.
Yes, sir.
Now, Valentine, I suppose you're going to go home to your nice warm bed.
Oh, well, I'll be glad to stick around, give you a hand.
No, thanks. I've got enough trouble. But I want to see you the first thing in the morning in my office.
Sure.
And you too, Miss Brooks.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Murch.
Yes?
It might give you a little extra excitement to see the inside of a police station. So be there at 9 sharp.
But looks like we're not wanted around here, so come on, Mr. Murch. I still think I ought to drop you off at your hotel, Mr. Murch.
Yes, you've had enough for one night.
Well, my wife and I are staying at the Fenmore right here on Grayson Avenue. But I can tell, Mr. Valentine, you're not just giving up this case like that. Oh, no. You're up to something, aren't you?
Well, yeah, you stirred up a hornet's nest somehow or other, and I want to see what it's all about.
And I'm going to be right there with you.
Oh, hey,
No,
wait.
there's no use arguing.
George?
Yeah, Brooksy?
Well, that part of a bus transfer Dimmick wanted you to have. What do you make of it?
I don't know yet.
Well, why should anyone keep a piece of old transfer? Now, that's probably one of the most worthless things in the world.
And only a third of a transfer at that.
Yet that man insisted that you have it with his dying breath. Must mean something.
Yeah, well, we'll see what the lieutenant makes out of it. I gave it to him. Told him what Dimmick said.
But you've made something out of it already, haven't you, darling? Come on, let's have it.
Well, as a matter of fact, you can tell a lot from a bus transfer, Brooksy. Even a third of a one, if you look at it real careful like.
Meaning what?
That it was issued by the Orange Bus Company, route number 411. And the little punch holes, one for the year, one for the month, and even the day and the hours during which it was good.
You noticed all those things?
That transfer was issued July 29th, 1943, between the hours of 4 and 6 p.m.
All of which still means nothing to me.
Nor me either at this point. But I have an idea the late Mr. Dimmick meant it to provide free transportation for his murderer to the end of the line.
Hey, why are we turning off, George? Where are we going?
Hey, you know something, Brooksy? Riley and I don't always agree, but he knows his business, and so do his boys. We're going down to police headquarters.
Well, what for, Mr. Valentine?
The police don't miss much, and when they do, they make a record of it so they'll never forget. And that's where we're headed, Mr. Murch. The Department of Unsolved Crimes.
Oh, it's you, Valentine.
Yeah, and this time I brought you a container of coffee, Dawson. Thought you'd need it.
Well, the sleepier we can get down in this department, the better we like it. Who are your friends?
Oh, my assistant, Miss Brooks and Mr. Murch.
How do you do?
What do you want, Valentine? You know these files aren't open to the public.
Well, I'm not just the public, Dawson. Your boss, Riley, told me to be down here tomorrow morning and be sure I had the right information.
He said that?
Oh, yeah, sure. Go on. Call him up. Check for yourself.
Oh, no, as long as he said so. What do you want to know?
If there were any unsolved crimes on July 29th, 1943.
July 43, let's see. Oh, it's that file in the corner near the window.
Okay, thanks.
What are you looking for, Mr. Valentine?
The murderer, I hope.
You and I ought to be used to being left in the dark, Mr. Murch.
Let's see. Yeah, July 1943. Let's see what we got in this folder. Stolen car, front of Grant and Company, burglary, and...
Yes?
And on July 29th, 5:35 p.m., $200,000 jewel robbery at Smith & Allenby Jewelers on 5th Street.
The date on the transfer.
And that picture. That's our Mr. Dimmick.
Leonard Dimmick, 38, clerk at Smith & Allenby's. No suspicion of collusion and holdup.
But Dimmick was operating a tunnel of
A
love.
lot of things can happen in a man's life in 5 years, Brooksy.
Let's see that, George. No getaway car used in robbery as far as known. Passerby observed man in gray suit carrying briefcase board orange bus outside jewelry store almost immediately after holdup. Witness positive man was running from store.
Oh, dear me, this is just too much for me.
Traced bus driver number 602, but no information on man in gray suit. Well, that's that, kids. Now we've really got to work fast.
What's the rush, George?
If we don't move fast, Brooksy, there's going to be another murder.
Mr. Valentine, as I told you, this is the busiest time of the day for us here at the depot. You know, getting the buses out on schedule.
Yeah, I understand, Mr. Eldridge. But look, this is very important. Who was your bus driver, number 602, on July 29th, 1943?
Oh, very well. If you can't wait, I'll look it up for you. You see, we have a file here on every man who ever worked for us. 44, 43, July the 29th. Oh, yeah, here we are.
Yeah?
Yeah, number 602. It was Bob Gray.
Still work for you?
Oh, yeah, Bob's still with us. As a matter of fact, he's one of our steadiest men. There's nothing wrong, is there?
I don't know yet. Well, where can I get hold of Mr. Graves?
Why, I don't know. This is his day off.
All right, what's his address? Come on.
1411 Dever Street.
1411. Looks like a rooming house.
Yeah, with the inevitable sign. No rooms.
Could you take these steps a little slower, please?
Oh, Mr. Murch, I almost forgot about you.
Well, I'm not just as young as I used to be.
Who is? But right now, I'm interested in seeing that someone else has a chance to grow a little older.
Wait a minute, George. There's a name here under this bell.
What does it say?
Bob Graves.
That's our man.
But who is Bob Graves?
An honest toiler, Mr. Murch. To be more specific, a bus driver. To be more specific, bus driver number 602, who had a very busy day, July 29th, 1943.
Yeah, who is it?
A friend of yours sent me over to talk to you, Graves.
Go on, beat it. Get out of here.
Okay, Bob. But Len Dimmick wouldn't like the way you treat me.
What'd you say? Who are you?
There's nothing much I can say with that gun stuck in my midriff.
Never mind that. Who are these two?
Just friends. What do you say we go inside and close the door? It'll be much easier that way.
Okay. But what's this about Dimmick? Come on, talk.
I wish he wouldn't keep pointing that gun. It makes me nervous.
Nothing like excitement, is there, Mr. Murch?
Look, mister, you said something about Dimmick. What about him?
He's dead.
So what? You bringing me an invitation to his funeral?
No, I'm just trying to postpone your funeral.
What's that supposed to mean?
Just this, listen. You're going to have a visitor any time now. I'm surprised he hasn't shown up before.
I still say what's that supposed to mean?
All right, friend, if that's your attitude. And I thought you had to have some brains to be a bus driver.
How do you know so much about me?
And being a bus driver, you should appreciate the value of a transfer. Even a piece of a transfer.
Transfer?
That's right.
All right, spill it. And remember, I got this gun in your gut.
George, be careful.
Don't worry, Brooks. He's much too curious to shoot.
Yes, but that gun may go off accidentally.
Who's that? Did you bring the cops?
I didn't bring anybody. That's your visitor.
What?
Cool down your trigger finger and listen to me.
What's this all about? Are you a cop?
I'm strictly on my own. But if I'm right, whoever's knocking on that door is here to kill you. I'm not kidding now.
Well...
And no one knows it better than you. You gonna do as I tell you?
All right.
Brooksy, you and Mr. Murch get over there in that corner, away from the door. Make it snappy.
Yes, George. Come on, Mr. Murch.
Now, Graves, open up. Try to be natural. Put that gun away.
Yeah.
I'll be standing right here in back of the door.
Well, Graves, I was beginning to think you were out.
You know how it is, Logan. My day off. I guess I fell asleep.
Awful thing happened to Len Dimmick, didn't it?
Yeah, I heard about it. Come inside, huh?
And just when we were going to split everything 3 ways.
Yeah, that's right.
That makes the gravy all the richer for you and me, don't it?
I don't get it.
And if there was only one, there'd be nothing but gravy left.
What are you talking about?
You want me to interpret?
Valentine, you...
What Logan means, Graves, is he was going to kill you just as he killed Dimmick.
You're out of your mind.
Maybe, but you killed Len Dimmick.
When I heard about Len, I thought it was something like that.
Don't listen to him, Bob.
You were just too clumsy about it, Logan. I took Grayson Avenue coming back. It wasn't torn up at all the way you said.
So what?
You sent us the long way so you could get to the Tunnel of Love before us.
That's right, George. And he'd be the only one to know that Dimmick would be inside the Tunnel of Love with us. He arranged the whole thing.
Oh, my goodness.
You sneaked into the tunnel before us, Logan. You were waiting on the platform for the boat to pass.
But in the darkness, it could have been me. I could have had my head bashed in. I don't think I feel so good.
No, it wouldn't have been you, Mr. Murch. Len Dimmick was doing all the talking. Made himself the perfect target.
Graves, you're not going to believe this guy, are you?
Yeah, I believe him. You killed Len and you came here to kill me so you could have all the gravy you was talking about.
Put that gun down, Bob. Put it down.
Double-cross me, will you?
Yeah, let me have that, Graves. You got a big enough rap against you now.
George, let it go.
He shot Mr. Logan.
And the first one who moves will get what he got. I'm getting out.
Stay where you are. Drop that gun.
Huh?
I said drop it. That's better.
Oh, Lieutenant
I'm glad to
Riley.
see you, Lieutenant.
Sergeant Dawson called and said you were snooping around the Unsolved Crimes Department, so I had you tailed. Now, who's this guy on the floor here? How bad's he hurt?
My arm.
He should have blown your head off.
Brennan, get this man out of here into a hospital, whoever he is.
That's Mark Logan, Lieutenant. Ex-con. Now runs a pool parlor.
Now, what's this all about?
Well, Logan's one end of a triangle. Len Dimmick, former jewelry clerk, was the second. And Graves here, bus driver, is the third. They're the trio who waltzed through that Smith and Allenby job back in 43.
How do you know all of this, Valentine?
Lieutenant, I think that if you go through Logan's clothes when he gets to the hospital, you'll find a third of a bus transfer on him. Wouldn't you say so, Graves?
Why not? Sure, we pulled that job, the three of us. Dimmick, Logan, and me. We decided to wait 5 years because the jewels were too hot to touch right away.
Where are they now?
Buried under the water in the Tunnel of Love.
But those transfers...
Yes, what about them?
Lots of things can happen in 5 years. Guy can die, get put in jail. So we decided whoever showed up with a third of the transfer from my bus would get his share.
Valentine, how did you stumble onto Graves?
Well, Lieutenant, why a third of a transfer? Why not a quarter or a half? I knew about Dimmick and Logan. That makes two. But there was still one more to account for.
I get it, and it had to be the bus driver.
That's right, Brooksy. They wouldn't leave their getaway to chance. And they were sure the bus would be right there at the exact minute.
Well, I'll be...
Almost $70,000 for a third of an old transfer. No wonder Logan was willing to go to all that trouble to get rid of Dimmick and Graves.
Well, is that enough excitement for you, Mr. Murch? Mr. Murch?
What's the matter, Brooksy?
He's fainted.
Well, here we are, Mr. Murch. Feeling better?
Here's your hotel, Mr. Murch.
I don't know what you think about me fainting like that, but I really do feel like a new man. My psychoanalyst was so right.
Think you're up to playing that star role now?
Oh, yes, of course. Now that I'm convinced I'm the swaggering, masterful type at heart.
Good for you, Mr. Murch.
Oh, well, just one thing.
Yes?
Would you two mind coming upstairs with me?
But why?
I stayed out so much later than I promised.
Oh?
You see, Mrs. Murch is such a forceful personality.
If you're planning a motoring trip, here's something you should do to make it a safe trip. Stop in at a standard station or independent Chevron gas station before you start out and have your tires inspected. If you find they're worn smooth, have risky cuts or bruises, don't take a chance. Play safe and get a new set of grip-safe Atlas tires. The wider, skid-resisting Atlas tread gives you greater driving protection. There's more rubber to grip the road to give you quick, safe stops and absorb road shocks. With each new Atlas passenger tire, you get a full year's written warranty against damage to the tire from road hazards. No wonder Atlas is the tire known nationally for its safety, long life, and economy. Another tip, when you're on the open road, keep safe by keeping the right amount of air in each tire. And that's a job for the folks at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations, where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. Next week, when you tune our way for another adventure of George Valentine, you'll hear Lieutenant Riley saying...
Look, Miss Brooks, my feet hurt. Let's get back to the house.
Oh, please, Lieutenant. George and Maud have been away so long, I'm really worried. Let's take one look up here in the lemon grove.
Well, all right. Wait till I put the flashlight on.
Look, over there.
Valentine.
George.
Oh. Hello, everybody. I was just thinking of getting up anyway. Ooh. Somebody must have been staging an atomic test around here. Hey, where's Marta?
Here's your answer, Valentine. She's right over here, but no hurry. She couldn't move if she tried.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Louis Van Ruten as Mr. Murch, Joe Duvall as Logan, Paul Frees as Dimmick, Barney Phillips as Graves, and Dick Ryan as the manager. The music is composed and conducted by Eddie Dunstetter, your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
A great advance in car value at no advance in price. In fact, 4 new Plymouth models actually cost less than last year.
So don't put off seeing it. Meet the new 53 Plymouth at your nearby Plymouth dealers. If you go in tomorrow, you may win one free in the big Meet the New Plymouth contest.
HOJO Radio, we're your old-time radio headquarters. Stay tuned.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice, danger is my stock and trade. If you need confidential help with anything you can't tackle alone, you've got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, no doubt you have heard of me. My name is on circus billboards all over the city. Martha Dvorak, the most glamorous trapeze artist in the world. My work requires nerves of steel, but instead I'm shaking like a jellyfish. I've great fear for my life, and cannot go to the police. Do not trouble to answer this. I will not take no for an answer.
An answer. I may even be in your office before you receive this letter.
Oh?
So be sure to expect me. Signed, Martha Dvorak.
Well, the young lady on the flying trapeze has a quaint way of setting up her words.
And have you seen those posters, George? I'll bet there isn't a male in the audience who doesn't sit there wishing Martha would fall into his lap.
That's a very charming thought. But I wish she was more specific about this great fear for her life.
Well, I'm giving odds there's a rejected suitor involved.
Oh, come on, woman. Stop acting like a woman.
If you read the tabloids, darling, you'd know Martha's left quite a trail of broken hearts.
A femme fatale, huh? Very interesting.
I am Martha Dvorak. If you are Mr. Valentine, please ask this young lady to leave. We want to be alone.
Oh, now look, Mr. Dvorak, this is Miss Brooks, my assistant.
You have no objection to being alone with me. Besides, that is the only way I will discuss this business.
Oh, honest, Mr. Dvorak, I'm over 21, if that's what you're worried about.
Well, Mr. Valentine.
Am's great, Brooksy.
Huh?
Well, now, Mr. Dvorak, what can I do for you?
First, you can call me Martha.
Oh, how nice. Martha. Well?
From now on, until the death-defying Dvoraks leave here, you must be with me at my side all the time.
Oh, now, wait a minute. That's a tall order, Martha.
Here. Read this note.
Huh? Get $5,000 in small bills and wait for further instructions. You will either pay or meet with a bad accident. Don't take this to the police. You are being watched. Well, that's certainly to the point.
So you see, I'm helpless, George. I'm like a little girl in a bad dream.
Yeah. And as I get it, you want me to act as your bodyguard.
Yes. You will bodyguard me every minute.
Look, why don't you stick close to your family, the other death-defying Dvoraks? They wouldn't let anything happen to you.
My family. They're not my family at all.
Oh, well, live and learn.
It just looks good on the circus posters. The 3 others. Sometimes I think they hate me. Oh, they're jealous. They know the people come to see me and not them.
I see what you mean.
I do not even stay at the same hotel with them. I've rented a little house up in the canyon.
Well, look, this may turn out to be just a crank note. The words are all cut out of magazines and newspapers.
Somebody wishes to see me die, crushed, defeated. You would not let that happen to me, would you, George?
Well, now, look.
You will bodyguard me. I will be so grateful. Many dollars grateful.
Oh, well, okay, it's a deal. You've convinced me.
Oh, that is wonderful. I think I will kiss you.
Huh?
No, I will not even think. I will kiss you.
Oh, no. Wait a minute, Marty. Oh, please, Marty. I'd rather have you as a friend.
Oh, you are cute, George. Always you joke.
Yeah. Now, what are your plans for the day?
I have a rehearsal right now at the circus. Will you meet me at the matinee?
Yeah, I'll be seeing you.
Come early so you can see my act.
Oops, sorry.
Of course, you were not listening at the door.
Oh, of course I was. In fact, I was peeking through the keyhole.
Really? Au revoir, George.
Yes, so long.
Well, Casanova?
Oh, that kiss. Well, you know, Brooksy, these artists, so impulsive.
Nice fight you put up. George.
Oh, now, Angel, it's all business.
Well, if you think I'm going to let you traipse around with that high-flying she-wolf, I'll be on your heels every minute.
Oh, now, Brooksy, you can't do that.
Oh, can't I? From now on, I'll be known as the Shadow. Oh.
Well, Miss Brooks, after you phoned, I made a full check on the Dvorak dame.
And what'd you find out, Lieutenant Riley?
Your little hunch was right. She's playing your boyfriend for a patsy in a little game known as space grabbing. Publicity.
I see.
She's either pulled or tried to pull this threatening note gag in every city where the circus stopped. She was driving the police nuts till they got wise to her.
Yeah. But if I know George, it won't make any difference to him. He's as stubborn as a tray of ice cubes. He keeps saying, but suppose this note is on the level.
Well, cheer up. Nobody's going to take away Valentine's Dick Tracy button just for looking for a boogeyman who isn't there.
Yes, but, Lieutenant, he's no more than a hired man with nothing to do. Nothing but hang around that international pin-up girl and stare at that man-wanted sign in her eyes. Oh, Lieutenant Riley.
I know it's almost time for your act to go on, Mr. Dvorak.
Whatever you want to know about little Martha, I can tell you, Mr. Valentine. People think I'm her father. Well, I am her father confessor, her teacher, the great Leo Dvorak, who taught her everything she knows today.
Yes, but about that note.
I'm heartsick about Martha. After everything I've done for her, she's thinking of leaving the act and going to Hollywood. The thought is not easy to bear. But, of course, I wish her all good luck. Of course I do.
I don't know anything about that note, Mr. Valentine. But I'll tell you something.
Well?
Everything is Martha. But does anyone know there's a girl named Risa in the act, too? Yet I go up there every performance.
Yes, I'm sure you have a very important place in the act, Risa, but...
Yes. I help the others build suspense for her big moment. So people will think of nothing else but what would happen to that beautiful body if she fell. Oh, don't talk to me about Martha.
Risa, you were going to tell me something.
Yes, Mr. Valentine. I hate her.
Yes, Mr. Valentine. I'm the one who catches Martha up there.
Yes, Dorian, Leo told me.
I have her life in my hands. One little slip, an accident, and no one would know the difference. I tell her that when she makes a fool of me, goes out with other men, she just laughs. She knows I could never hurt her. I love her too much.
But, Dorian, you still didn't tell me if you know who might have sent her that letter.
Letter? Oh, I'm sorry I know nothing about it. Now, if you'll excuse me, our cue is coming up.
George, I've been talking to Lieutenant Riley, and I was right. That woman's a phony. This is a publicity stunt.
Okay, Brooksy, okay. So I'm playing the fall guy in a publicity stunt.
Mm-hmm.
But it would make it a lot easier if you'd stop following me around.
Oh, George.
Oh, all right, come on.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please, for the thrilling highlight of the afternoon. That sensational European act, a breathless duel with the law of gravity. And there they are, ladies and gentlemen, 200 feet above your very head. The one and only death-defying Dvorak. First, the beautiful Martha Dvorak herself, spinning twice through the air from father to brother. And ladies and gentlemen, with no net between her and
No, he's still got it with one hand.
Hold on to it!
Hey, somebody lower the trapeze!
Oh, George, I can't look.
I was on the trapeze above her. I saw when Dorian reached out to catch her, she deliberately slipped one hand out of his.
You don't know what you're saying.
Crazy.
Teresa is right, of course.
Martha.
That is what I did exactly.
Just one hand, Martha. I might have dropped you.
No, darling. You would have let your arm come off before you let me fall.
When will you learn to think of the act? The act?
All those thousands of people will never stop talking about what they think nearly happened to me. And tomorrow, the newspapers, they will be beautiful. Shall we go, George?
Alley up, Miss Dvorak. All I can get is a nervous breakdown.
I just love camping out in the lobby of your apartment house, darling. I suppose you think you're cute giving me the slip tonight. George, why have you got your hand over your eye?
Oh, it's nothing.
Well, let me see.
Okay, Nosy, look.
Uh-oh.
Uh-huh. A black eye, an overgrown mouth.
Oh, I can see that, but where did you get it?
Well, it seems someone else besides you decided to follow me.
Oh?
And after I dropped Marta off at the canyon, he caught up with me.
Who's he?
Oh, I don't know, Angel. I was tripping gaily past a dark alley, and I encountered a king-size fist.
Well, I wouldn't put it past Marta to have someone pop you like that, just to keep you interested till the circus leaves town.
Well, Brooksy, you'll be happy to know I told Marta I was off the merry-go-round.
Well, it took you a week to say uncle, but congratulations.
George!
Uh-oh, the call of the wild.
Oh, now, don't tell me. Is it fire, flood, or pestilence this
Another
time?
note, George.
Oh, no.
I found it in my mailbox.
Look, Marta, dear, won't your bodyguard's black eye get you enough space in the papers tomorrow?
What? Oh, George, I was so upset. I did not know.
Yeah. Thanks. Got a spare filet mignon in your pocketbook? Okay, what about the note?
Here.
Oh, what do you know? So far, you have obeyed instructions. We know there is no circus tomorrow, so be at your house with the $5,000 and be there alone.
But, George, I cannot be alone. I'm too frightened.
Pardon me for being cynical, but you don't frighten easy. Am I supposed to forget what you did on that trapeze to get another publicity story for your scrapbook?
But I'm so sure something terrible would happen to me.
Frankly, Marta, I don't believe a word you've told me.
Hallelujah.
George, how can you say that?
However,
Yes?
I will stay with you out at the canyon tomorrow.
But you just said you didn't believe a word
I know, Brooksy, I know. But you see, I've had one eye closed for me tonight.
Well?
Well, strangely enough, I'm beginning to see things a lot clearer now with the other one.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, a word about summer car care. If you sometimes find summertime motoring plenty warm, how about your car's engine? Upper cylinder walls, for example, take a terrific beating. Temperatures in there get hotter than a blowtorch. Ordinary motor oils would run away from hot spots, leave upper cylinder walls bare and exposed to wear. But RPM motor oil is tailor-made to guard vital parts. Special compounds in premium quality RPM keep a cooling coat of oil clinging on every inch of your engine, every second. Make RPM stick to the job. RPM also keeps a protective film of oil on parts even when your engine's idle. The oil is on working parts before you touch the starter, and there's no waiting for oil to pump up, no damaging startup wear. So to keep your engine safe at all times, get compounded RPM motor oil at independent Chevron gas stations or standard stations where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Well, George was convinced that Marta Dvorak, glamorous trapeze artiste, hired him as a bodyguard strictly for the sweet uses of publicity. Then a black eye administered in the darkness by person or persons unknown, strangely enough, opened his eyes to something that still remains to be seen. At any rate, George is back on the job, and he and Marta are alone now in her house on Canyon Road, just outside of town.
Look, Marta, stop waving that $5,000 around like cigar coupons. It makes me nervous.
Oh, I just thought I would have it ready for those people so there would be no unpleasant.
Yeah. How is it that last night you were quaking in your little open-toe sandals and today you're a blithe spirit?
How can I be afraid of anything when you are so near me?
Yeah.
But not half so near enough.
Now, if we were like this,
Huh?
I could laugh in the face of anyone who came in that door. Anyone.
Oh, hello, everybody. Now, isn't this just too cozy?
So, you, Miss Brooks.
Uh-huh.
How dare you?
Don't laugh so hard, Martha.
Doesn't anyone have a kind word for a poor police lieutenant on his day off?
Oh, I thought you always went fishing, Lieutenant Riley.
Well, Miss Brooks here persuaded me it would be better sport to get a load of Operation Phony.
Miss Brooks, this is your idea of humor.
Oh, I know you didn't expect visitors, so I brought along the loveliest picnic basket. Liverwurst, knockwurst, piccalilli.
Oh, Martha, you have made me so happy.
Leo.
Who's
a
this?
visitor.
I cannot tell you how I felt when you invited me here for today.
What? I invited you. I never did.
But that is very strange. A young lady called the hotel and left a message.
What young lady? Who could have done a thing like... Oh.
We may as well know each other. Mr. Dvorak, this is Lieutenant Riley.
How do you do?
Howdy.
Yes, very happy, Martha. We have not been very close together lately.
Oh, please, Leo.
I wonder if I brought enough piccalilli for everybody.
Piccalilli, what is this Piccalilli, young lady?
Why don't you come out and let me show you, Leo? I have to put these things in the refrigerator anyway.
Oh, this is wonderful. Oh, I'm always crazy for quiet day in the car.
Oh, I could kill somebody.
And I think I know who.
Me too.
Well, Martha, here I am.
Dorian, not you too? And Risa?
Yes, I met Teresa getting out of a cab when I drove up.
And I got your message inviting me to spend the day here. I decided
No,
to
I
come.
will kill
Just
somebody.
to see what it is you're up to now.
But these people, Martha, we were going to be alone. On the phone, that's what the young lady said.
Oh, now there's a young lady who gets around.
Are you again making a fool of me, Martha?
Please, Dorian, not one of your scenes.
Ah, this fresh country air. Congenial company. Yes, Valentine, I think this is going to be a day to remember.
George, I will not go back into that house.
Oh, now, Martha, that's not being a charming hostess.
It is already evening and they just sit there.
Well, that should be all right with you. Have you forgotten that note? The safety in numbers, you know. Now, come on, let's get inside.
All right.
Hey, hold it. Didn't you take in your mail today?
Of course. Why?
Here's a letter in the mailbox.
I'm in no mood for letters.
Huh?
Yes?
Another one of those little love notes.
It's silly. Impossible.
Yeah, but here it is.
But I told you, it is impossible. It cannot be. I didn't...
You didn't what?
Never mind. Let me have it.
Well, what does it say?
It says, you did not live up to the bargain. You invited a house full of people. You know what to expect now. George.
Oh, look, you don't have to put on that act for my benefit, Marta. We're old troopers now.
But I tell you, this is real.
You've been writing these notes to yourself, haven't you?
I know I will not make you believe me. But I've got to get away from here. I'm afraid.
Hey, wait a minute, Marta.
Afraid of everybody.
Hey, don't be a fool.
I've got to get away from here.
Okay, if you want to see who can run faster. But this is your last temperamental fling with me.
Oh, look, Miss Brooks, look, I pounded the beat for 15 years before I became a lieutenant. My feet hurt. They're killing me. Come on, let's get back to the house.
But Lieutenant George and Maud have been away so long, I'm really worried.
Yeah, worried they're smooching somewhere.
Oh, maybe George was right, and those notes weren't phony.
Anything connected with that dame has to be phony. Now, come on, let's get back to the house.
Oh, okay. Well, let's take one look up here in the lemon grove.
All right, but take it easy. Wait till I put the flashlight on.
Lieutenant!
What?
Look, over there.
Valentine.
George.
Oh, wait till I have a look at him.
Oh. Hello, everybody.
Oh, George.
I was just thinking of getting up anyway.
What happened?
I was with Marta, trying to talk some sense into her.
Yeah?
Suddenly, somebody staged an atomic test right in back of me. That's all I know. Hey, where is Marta, anyway?
Here's your answer. She's right here.
How is she?
I'll tell you in a minute.
George. Look, that money scattered all over.
Well, Lieutenant?
She's dead. Strangled to death. Okay, the holiday's over now. Now you better get ready to answer a few questions.
George, you want me to get you something for your head?
Yeah, no one, Brooksy.
Well, we'll start with you, Leo. You admit you were out of the house when someone ran berserk in the lemon grove.
Yes, I began to worry about my little Martha. I walked everywhere looking for her. She meant so much to me.
Oh, admit it, Leo. You knew that without her there would be no act. That's all she ever meant to you.
Didn't you happen to be outside too, Risa? What have you got to say?
I can afford to be frank. I kept walking and walking, trying to forget how much I hated her.
As long as we are all being so honest. Dorian, why do you not tell the lieutenant what you were doing out of the house? Tell him how jealous of Martha you always were.
Well?
Why not? Everyone knows about it. I loved Martha, and I was jealous of every move she made. Jealous of every moment except when she was flying through the air, her hands reaching for mine, depending on me, of all men. I would never see her hurt. You remember when she said that, Valentine?
Yeah, I remember.
What about the question, Dorian? Why did you leave the house? Where did you go?
Looking for Martha. We didn't have a minute together all day. She was always with Valentine.
Oh, fine. Everybody's out for a walk when mayhem breaks out.
You aren't even listening, George. Doesn't any of this interest you?
Brooksy?
What are you doing with your nose in that magazine?
Oh, it's the show world.
Huh?
I've learned some fascinating things from it.
Oh, meaning what?
Well, for instance, Brooksy and you were right, Lieutenant. Martha did send herself those 2 notes.
You mean 3 notes, don't you?
The 3rd note was the real McCoy, Lieutenant.
Eh?
For business. What?
And you found that out just looking at Martha's legs in that magazine?
Well, in a way, Brooksy. Now, here. Just take a look at these 3 notes.
I'm all eyes. What about them?
All addressed to Marta Dvorak.
Yeah, Canyon Road 58. Canyon Road 58 and 58 Canyon Road. Now, so what?
Now, take a close gander at this 3rd note. The words for it were cut out of this page of the Show World magazine.
Well, so what?
That's right.
I turn over said page, and presto, we have a full-page photograph of Martha herself.
Yes, one of the most beautiful she ever took.
But what are you trying to say, Mr. Valentine?
This magazine was sent to Martha. Knowing her as well as we all do, I doubt that we can imagine her cutting up a picture of herself. Not in a million years.
That is right. She kept scrapbooks of the smallest items about herself. She lived on publicity.
All right,
So you see, that's why she was so terrified when she received that 3rd note. It was one she didn't send to herself.
Any ideas who did?
Ideas? The way I feel? No, Lieutenant. It's all yours from here on in.
Stepping aside, George? That roughing up you got must be more serious than I thought. You sure you're all right?
Oh, well, gosh, I don't know, Brooksy. I'd better find out. Now, when I was a kid, every time I fell out of the apple tree, my mother used to say, George, there's one sure way of telling if you're still all right in the head.
Hey, what is this?
Yes, this is no time to hear what your mother used to say.
Yeah, Georgie, she'd say, just try to remember the Mother Goose rhymes I taught you.
Please, Mr. Valentine, how can you make jokes now?
Now, let's see if I can remember. Now, how does that one go again?
Which one, darling?
Oh, you know, Mary had a little lamb. It's wool. No, that's fleece. The fleece was white as something or other. And wherever the little lamb would go, Mary'd be sure to follow.
Oh, that's very cute, George, but not quite the original.
Oh. Say, if I can't remember a simple nursery rhyme, I must be pretty bad. Hey, wait a minute. I'll try another.
Why must we stand here and listen to this man talk and say nothing?
That is right.
Take it easy, friends. Take it easy. We'll have to wait till the coroner's through anyway. Go on, Valentine. Go on. I'm willing to wait for you to make sense.
Yeah, well, I'll try. Little Miss Muffet sat on a puppet. No. A Ruffet. No, that's not it. Hey, Tuffet. That's it. Tuffet. Munching. No. Chewing. No, that's not it either. Eating her...
Her curds and whey. Curds and whey. Any schoolchild knows that, you fool. Now, let's stop this farce. You seem to forget Martha has been killed tonight.
No, Dorian, no one's forgetting. You staged it too well.
I? You know better than to say that.
All right, Valentine. I've been patient up till now. Come on, give.
Tell me, Dorian, do you come from Wisconsin, Brooklyn, or Georgia?
Not that concerns you, but I was born in Switzerland. I've never been in America before this tour.
Did all the school kiddies in Switzerland learn about Little Miss Muffet and her curds and whey?
Well, I don't know. I suppose so.
No European kid would know about curds and whey. And I think it'll be a pretty simple matter to prove you were born right here in America.
No, All right. What of it? I went to school in Switzerland. I pretended to be a foreigner for professional reasons. There's nothing wrong about that.
When you were a kid here in America, you learned more than nursery rhymes. When you addressed an envelope, you were taught to put the number of the house before the name of the street. That's something you never forgot. It stuck with you. And that's just what's going to hang you.
Let's have that in nice, simple language, Valentine, huh? The kind a jury will understand.
Okay, Lieutenant. The first two notes, the ones Marta wrote to herself, read Canyon Road, 58. The third one she found tonight was written by Dorian, the only one in the troop not European. It read 58 Canyon Road. The number before the name of the street, Lieutenant. American style.
You know, Valentine, in my job, I see a lot of human nature, but this Dorian guy is a breed all his own.
You know, it was Marta I couldn't understand. Now I feel sorry for her.
I think I know what you mean about Dorian, Lieutenant. He had every chance to kill her when he was up there on the trapeze and get away with it.
Instead, he writes that letter and makes a super production out of it.
Jealousy. Had it bad, Lieutenant. Bad enough to sock me in the eye for no other reason but that I was spending so much time with her.
Well, how could anyone be jealous of a little thing like that? After all, it was just your job.
Now, the truth is, Lieutenant, a simple accident wasn't good enough for Dorian. Marta had to know she was dying and that he was killing her. That's the only way it would satisfy his bruised and battered ego.
As good an explanation as any.
You know, it's strange. Marta dreamt of having a story about herself in every newspaper in the country.
She certainly tried hard enough.
Yeah, Brooksy. And when she finally made it, it was only to let the world know that she'd never be heard of again.
If your car's battery has been acting like a mule, temperamental and balky, here's an easy way to cure it. Have your battery serviced at a standard station or independent Chevron gas station. They'll inspect the water level, cables, terminal clamps, and test the battery's condition. And they'll be frank. If it just needs a charge, they'll tell you. If your battery's really on its last legs, they'll explain how a new Atlas battery can save you money. Every Atlas battery has its certified power capacity stamped on the case where you can read it. And you'll find these capacities meet or exceed standards set by the Society of Automotive Engineers. The longer-lasting starting power of Atlas batteries, by the way, is backed by a written warranty honored everywhere by 40,000 Atlas dealers. Independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations are glad to service your battery, proud to offer you an Atlas battery when you need one. That's why they say, and mean, we'll take better care of your car. Next week, when you tune our way for another adventure of George Valentine, you'll hear...
I got here as soon as I could, Brooksy. Edward's still in the club there?
Yes, George, and getting very fidgety.
All right. Are you sure about that check he's carrying?
Of course. I saw the signature, Agnes Ebersole.
Good. Now go back inside and stick right with friend Daniel.
But what are you going to do, George?
Oh, that's the surprise, Angel. But hold your hat. Because in just about 5 minutes, I'm going to start the biggest commotion that nightclub has seen in years.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Gene Bates as Marta, Louis Van Ruten as Leo, Don Diamond as Dorian, Peggy Weber as Rita, and Dick Ryan as the ringmaster. The music is composed and conducted by Eddie Dunstetter. If it's safer, it's better. This is the key to accident prevention in Western living. The 3,000 delegates who will attend the 10th Annual Western Safety Conference in Hollywood from June 16th through June 18th will formulate safer procedures in every phase of public and private life. Their work will make your future safer. They say it's smart to be safe. Take their advice. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
There's a big change going on, an important one for car buyers. It's the countrywide change to Rambler. Passing car after car in sales, Rambler now leads all but 2 other makes in state after state. What does it all mean? That Rambler has what people want and cannot get in other cars. Rambler is the quality compact car. For instance, Rambler has plenty of hat room, shoulder room, and leg room for 6 big people. Yet Rambler is so trim on the outside, it handles and parks with the greatest ease. For first cost, gas economy, and resale value, Rambler is America's top economy car. Yet only Rambler offers the fine features of personalized comfort. There are front seats that glide back and forward separately to perfectly fit short legs or long, adjustable headrests, airliner reclining seats, twin travel beds, finest air conditioning at lowest cost. Throughout, Rambler engineering is more advanced, Rambler workmanship more careful. Come in and drive the quality compact car, Rambler. See your Rambler dealer.
Keep it tuned right here to HOJO Radio for more classic old-time radio.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invite you to Let George Do It. Another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. Danger is my stock and trade. If you feel that you're one against the world and the help you need must be discreet and confidential, call on me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, in this whole world, there's only one person I care about, my 12-year-old daughter, Penny. This Friday, I lose her, unless I can make her change her mind about me. You may be the one person who'll believe my side of the story instead of the juicy tabloid version everyone else chooses to believe. If this appeals to your, let's say, chivalrous side... To your, let's say, chivalrous side, I'll be home all day tomorrow. 19 Montclair Drive, Lakeside Heights. Signed, Barbara Ebersole.
Barbara Ebersole? What do you know?
What do you know?
Barbara Lawson Ebersole.
All right, so she has a maiden name.
Hey, you know, I flunked medieval history in college because of this gal.
You mean she wouldn't let you copy from her paper?
Nothing as intimate as that, Angel. You see, she was in a musical comedy, and had stayed in town for 6 weeks.
Uh-huh.
Matinees Tuesday and Thursday, 2:30. Same time as my class in medieval history.
Yeah, I know. You had a conflict.
On my history exam, they asked me who sank the Spanish Armada. And the only name I could think of was Barbara Lawson, the most beautiful girl in the world. To quote the poster.
And I thought you worked your way through college.
Yeah, except on those Tuesdays and Thursdays. Brooksy, we're going to drop in on Barbara Ebersole, if just for Auld Lang Syne. Pardon me, young lady.
Yes?
The maid showed us in.
We're looking for Mrs. Ebersole.
She's my mother. She's upstairs, but she's probably listening to see if I'm practicing my piano lesson.
Oh, so you're Penny.
You know something?
What's that, dear?
I could play like this.
Well, that's a great improvement on what we heard when we came in.
That's the way she'd like to hear me play. But when she's in the house, I play like this.
You're a real nice kid.
I think so.
Oh, Mr. Valentine?
Oh, yes, Mrs. Ebersole, and this is Miss Brooks, my assistant.
How do you do, Miss Brooks?
Are these people here to take your pictures for the tabloids again?
Penny.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. I hate myself.
I don't know if it's any use at all, Mr. Valentine. Even if the courts let me keep Penny, I can't make her love me. What is it that's so wrong between you and Penny, Mrs. Ebersole? Her father. Her wonderful, irreproachable father who drove his car off the cliff a year ago. Oh, I didn't know. I'm sorry. Why should you be? No one else ever was. I was the lucky one to have such a charming, attentive husband. Even his own child never suspected he was mean, cruel, and deceitful. No. That irresistible boyish smile took care of everything like that.
I see.
The last few months before he died, I started going out every night just to get away from him and his indifference to whether I was dead or alive. And of course, everybody was saying, how can she do that to Jerry? Poor, charming Jerry. Oh, you said your husband drove his car off a cliff. Somehow he doesn't sound the type. I'll never forget that night. We had the most bitter quarrel we ever had, and he stormed out of the house.
Yes?
Penny overheard us.
Ever since she's blamed me for what happened.
Well, what's this about losing her on Friday?
When Jerry died, his mother was determined to take Penny away from me. She almost did because Penny said she wanted to leave me. But the judge decided to put me on a sort of parole. One misstep and I lose my child because I'm an unfit mother.
Uh-huh. Now I think I get it. That business about tabloids, that was the picture of you in the papers when you were brought up on a traffic charge.
You don't have to be so charitable, Mr. Valentine. They called it drunk driving. But I tell you, I was framed.
Framed?
I had dinner with Dan Edwards. I swear I had nothing stronger than coffee. Next thing I knew, I was alone in my car on the side of the road, and there was the policeman.
Oh, who is this Dan Edwards?
I met him a short time ago. He was fun. We went out a few times, and then, well, this thing happened.
Well, certainly this Mr. Edwards can explain you weren't drinking, that you were ill or something.
Seems the little gentleman can't tell a lie. His version is that I had a little too much, created a scene in the parking lot at Club 44 and drove off without him.
And you want me to prove it was a frame, is that right?
I don't know how you're going to do it, but you must. And before Friday. Penny's all I got. I can't lose her. She'd go on thinking of me as a... Oh, Mr. Valentine.
Oh, now, Mrs. Eversole, don't.
2 days isn't an awful lot of time, Mrs. Eversole, but I'll do my best.
I won't be hypocritical, Mr. Valentine, Miss Brooks. I'm glad this thing happened to Barbara.
Mrs. Eversole, isn't that a pretty harsh thing to say about your daughter-in-law?
I told Jerry he should never have married a girl like that.
No, Mother. Barbara was Jerry's wife.
And you're his brother, Leonard. You should be glad we're getting Penny away from this woman on Friday.
Oh, we've heard so much about your son, Jerry.
Yes. When Jerry walked into a room, the other men there stopped existing. You could tell that just by looking into the eyes of every woman. Yet he was kind and gentle. And when he smiled...
Yes, we've heard all about that smile.
I can understand your skepticism, Miss Brooks, but Mother's quite right. My younger brother was admittedly perfect.
Mrs. Eversole, I just dropped in to tell you I'm playing on Barbara's team.
Young man, you're wasting your time. There's no other explanation for what happened to Barbara that night, except the obvious one you'll find on the police blotter.
I'm afraid, Mr. Valentine, my sister-in-law hired you to make her story sound a little more plausible.
Could be.
I'm going to have that child if it's the last thing I do.
And I'm going to see that Barbara gets an even break if it's the last thing I do. Come on, Brooksy.
Yes, George.
Hey, look, Brooksy. How would you like to go to Club 44 tonight? I can recommend the food, and the music's not too bad.
Oh, I'd love it, darling. What time will you pick me up?
You're going to be there alone.
Alone?
Well, not exactly. If I've got the right slant on this thing, you'll be with Dan Edwards most of the evening.
Dan Edwards?
Uh-huh. I'll be waiting at Barbara's for your call.
Well, what am I supposed to do?
Mostly be your beautiful self, Brooksy. But to be more specific, here's the deal.
Oh, I declare, Mr. Edwards, I'm just dreadful. I mean, being here alone in a nightclub in a big city with a strange man.
Not a strange man, Claire. Just a lonely man.
Oh.
When Edwanda, the head waiter, told me that you were here all alone, I couldn't resist coming over to your table and introducing myself.
And I wouldn't have it any different, Mr. Edwards.
It's Dan.
Yes, Dan. Oh, I wonder what Daddy would say if he could see me now.
Daddy?
He's always saying, Claire, honey, people with our position and money have to be mighty careful whom they meet.
Oh, and he's so right.
Would you believe it? I slipped out of the hotel after Daddy and Mother went to bed. Aren't I just awful?
Let's compromise and say you're the sweetest thing that ever walked into my life.
Oh, Daniel.
And I'm going to find out a lot about you. What your daddy does, that great big house you must live in.
Yes, Daniel. And I'm going to find out a lot about you, too.
Not just practicing tonight, eh, Penny?
Oh, Mr. Valentine. Anyway, she can't hear me. She's in her room, and the door's closed.
Penny, you love to play the piano, don't you?
Yes, when I'm alone.
Well, tell me something, Pieface. Who started you taking piano lessons?
She did, and made me practice every day, whether I wanted to or not.
And now you love to play, but not when she can hear it. Now, that's kind of cockeyed, isn't it, kid?
Well, I don't have to talk to you. I'm going up to bed. Where's my book?
Oh, that's it?
Yes, let me have it.
Yearbook, Denfield College, 1933.
Yes, my father's picture is in there. I'll show you what they say about him. Here, doesn't he have a wonderful smile? Listen. Ebersole, Jerry, most popular man on the campus. Captain, water polo team. Most likely to succeed.
Yeah, that's all right.
None of the others had things like that written about him. Look at the very next one under Father's picture.
Eggleston, Frank, campus clown. Good old Eggy.
See what I mean? Eggy the clown.
Oh, it's good to hear you laugh, dear.
Oh, I was just going up to bed.
Penny, wait.
Good night.
Never mind. Did you find out anything, Mr. Valentine?
No, but I did want to know a little more about this Dan Edwards.
Well, he introduced himself and said he was a friend of Jerry's at Denfeld College.
Yeah?
He told me about the time just before he and Jerry were supposed to graduate. Jerry stole the clapper out of the chapel bell.
Oh.
Leonard had to square things with the dean and make sure his mother never found out.
I see.
Mr. Valentine, there was nothing wrong with my going out with Dan. For a year, I kept myself cooped up in this house, trying to be the perfect mother. Always remembering Judge Blanchard saying, one misstep, Mrs. Ebersole, and Penny goes to her grandmother.
And having dinner with Dan once in a while sort of helped take the pressure off, huh?
That's right. I can't think of any reason Dan would lie about what happened that night. But what'd you find out about him?
Not much, Mrs. Ebersole, not much. But I have an idea that even at this distance, I'm learning more and more about Dan Edwards every minute.
Well, tell me, Claire, what would it take to impress your, daddy?
Well, like I keep saying, Daniel, he judges everybody by the substantial people they know.
Well, I know some pretty important people in this town.
You do?
Yes. I advise them on their investments, help them spend their money. Here, just look at this check.
Oh, my goodness. $5,000. Agnes Ebersole. Oh, I'm afraid the name wouldn't mean anything to Daddy.
Oh, Mrs. Ebersole. Her family stands for just about everything in this town.
I didn't know you were so clever, Daniel. Oh, dear. I've made up my mind. I'm going to call the hotel and tell Daddy I'm right here at Club 44 with a very respectable gentleman he'll be proud to meet.
Oh, thank you.
Now, you stay where you are, honey. I'll be right back.
I got here as soon as I could, Brooksy. Edwards inside?
Yes, Daddy. And I just bet Mr. Dan is getting awful fidgety in there.
All right. Are you sure about that check?
Yeah, I saw the signature. Agnes Ebersole.
Oh, good. That's a break I didn't even hope for. Now go on back inside.
Well, what are you going to do, George?
Oh, that's the surprise, Angel. The question is, who is it going to surprise most? Dan Edwards, Mrs. Ebersole, or Barbara?
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, a word about an extra service. When you're on your vacation trip, you don't expect to find everything just as convenient as it is at home. But when you stop at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations, you can be sure all along your trip of restrooms that are spick and span. Folks have said that one of the things that makes a long trip more pleasant is knowing there are clean and tidy restrooms along the way. That's why these restrooms are cleaned thoroughly every day, inspected often, and well supplied with soap and towels. The men who offer you this service never want you to feel obliged to buy something when you stop. Just drop in any time at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Under what circumstances would you say a mother deserves to lose custody of her child? Well, Barbara Ebersole, ex-chorus girl, is almost certain to be declared an unfit mother, unless George proves that Barbara's recent front-page escapade was a frame-up. At Club 44 now, George makes his way toward the table where Claire is sitting with Dan Edwards, the man who seems to be the key to the whole problem.
Hello, beautiful.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, now don't say you don't know me just because it happens to be true.
Now, wait a minute, friend.
Friend? Okay, prove it. Introduce me to the lady.
Just you pay him no heed, Daniel, honey.
A belle from Brooklyn. Mind if I sit down?
Look, we don't know you, mister. Now, on your way.
Please, Daniel, not here. What would Daddy say if he found out I was involved in a fuss?
Why, the lady's absolutely right, sir. But I'll be glad to give you satisfaction out in the alley.
Okay, smart guy, come on.
Don't you hurt him too much now, Daniel, honey.
Don't you think you'd better give me the name of your nearest of kin so I can notify him? Okay, brother, how do we begin? You want to knock the chip off my shoulder, or do I just poke you in the nose?
Stop the kid stuff. I've got a proposition to make.
Now, what are you talking about?
I'm working up a business deal with a young lady in there. I've got to impress her. Now, what do you say you take this $10 and have yourself a time somewhere else? Forget the whole thing.
Oh, come on, boy. Let's play rough. You're a big, husky lad. Let's see if you can take care of yourself.
Okay, I gave you your chance. Now.
Oh, what an opening. Hey, what do I have to do to make you sit down? That'll teach you to not to go around waving checks in front of young ladies. Now, where is it? Here we are. $5,000. Mrs. Agnes Ebersole. Paid to Dan Edwards. Well, I wonder how she's going to explain this little payment. Yeah, hello?
George, what happened to you? I've been calling your apartment for an hour.
I know, Angel. Just came in. I went out to see old Mrs. Ebersole.
Oh, then you got the check. What did she say?
Nothing, because she wouldn't see me.
Oh.
But maybe it's just as well. She can explain it to the judge tomorrow. So see you in the office nice and early. Oh, and Brooksy.
Yeah?
Just wanted to say you did a smooth job with Edwards. Thanks.
Oh, it wa'n't nothing, honey.
Good night, Sugar Child.
Not as smooth as you thought, Valentine.
What? How'd you get in my room, Edwards?
I've been waiting for you to show up.
Oh, maybe I underrated you, boy. You're quite a grim character when you're holding a gun.
I could just ask you to hand over that check, but I'm going to do it the hard way, too. How's this for a start?
George, you said nice and early in the office this morning, and I... George!
Now, no comments on my appearance, Brooksy. Let's just say I overslept with somebody's help.
But...
The important thing is I don't have that check anymore.
Huh?
Hey, wait a minute. Hello, Valentine. Yeah, Barbara? What's that? Well, when'd you miss her? Well, look, getting hysterical isn't going to help.
Penny?
Just a minute, Brooksy. Yeah, I have an idea where to find her. So stay where you are. I'll get in touch with you.
Grandma, don't let him take me away. I won't go back to her, never.
I'll see to that, Penny, dear.
This is something you have nothing to say about, Mrs. Ebersole.
Can't you see, Valentine, it's better this way? You can call Barbara and tell her to meet us at Judge Blanchard's this afternoon.
It's a foregone conclusion. He's going to award Penny to us anyway, Leonard.
I hate her.
I thought this might be the kind of stunt you'd pull, Penny. Now, here, look at me. I mean, straight in the eye. You knew if you came to the judge with your grandmother, your mother wouldn't stand a chance of keeping you. Now, didn't you?
What about it?
Just this. You're coming home with me.
Grandma!
Take your hands off her, Valentine.
Young man, you're not the police, you know.
And it's a good thing, Mrs. Ebersole. You could be charged with abduction, trying to keep Penny here. And another thing. What have you got to say about a $5,000 check you gave Dan Edwards?
What? I never issued any such check.
Oh, I see we're going to have to play this right out to the end. Come on, Penny.
No.
Now, don't give me any trouble, Pie Face, because I got a lot of things to do between now and 2 o'clock. Dean Bronson, young Jerry Ebersole was quite a big man here at Denfield College, wasn't he?
Well, Mr. Valentine, he had one of those rare personalities that ingratiated him to everyone he met.
Yeah, I know, that charming smile.
That's right.
Wouldn't you say that the way he died, suicide, was way out of character?
Well, since you say this information is important to his wife, the whole Ebersole family...
You can take my word for that, Dean.
I guess it's my duty to tell you there was a regrettable weak streak in Jerry's character.
Oh, what do you mean?
He forged quite a sizable check against the student body funds in his junior year.
Uh-huh.
Of course, his mother made good, and, well, we hushed it up. You know, the family endowed the Eversole Library here at Dinfield.
Yeah, thank you, Dean Bronson. You've been a great help. A great help. Mr. Dunlap, Jerry Eversole was working for your brokerage firm when he committed suicide, wasn't he?
Why, yes. He was one of our best contact men, Mr. Valentine. He made that Eversole personality go a long way.
Well, I've heard enough about that. Let me ask you a simple, direct question.
Yes?
How much did Jerry Eversole steal from your firm?
What are you saying? I don't understand.
There are two big reasons people commit suicide. One's love, the other's money. Everybody loved Eversole, the personality boy. Now, how much money did he steal from you?
I don't know how you ever found this out, Mr. Valentine. His mother made good.
Oh, Grandma to the rescue.
We never prosecuted, and I do hope there won't be any publicity at this late date. The firm of Dunlap and Garrett is very conservative.
How much was it?
A shortage of $20,000 in his accounts.
I see.
I've always thought poor Jerry began to loathe himself so much he just couldn't go on anymore. That was the real reason for his suicide.
You're a good psychologist, Mr. Dunlap. Thanks a lot. Brooksy, I've made up my mind. I'm going to tell both Barbara and the kid the truth about Eversole. Where are they?
Upstairs, getting ready to leave for Judge Blanchard.
Oh, that's right. We don't have much time.
George, we usually see eye to eye about things. But I think you're wrong this time. Penny's a sensitive, unpredictable child. You don't know what a thing like this might do to her.
Well, it may just jar her enough to realize what she owes her mother.
Or it may have the very opposite effect.
All right, so it's taking a chance. Okay. But look, Brooksy, Peggy is young, with a whole life ahead of her to get over any kind of shock. What does Barbara have left if they take a daughter away from her?
Well...
Oh, no, Brooksy. I'm going to tell them both what the score is before we meet the judge. And I'll need your help, just the way we worked it out. Barbara, we still have a few minutes, and the courthouse is only across the street.
Yes?
Well, there's something I must tell you.
What's that, Mr. Valentine?
Suppose we go into this little park and sit down.
Penny wouldn't even walk down here with me. She insisted on walking with Miss Brooks a half a block behind us. What chance do I have?
Let's wait and see, huh?
Those chimes from the tower, they're beautiful, aren't they?
Yes.
What did you want to say, Mr. Valentine? I'd like to see the judge and get this over with.
Please, Barbara.
Those chimes. They make me feel like praying, and it's been such a long time since I've prayed. But there's only one thing I want, and...
What I've got to say can wait, Barbara. Why don't we both just sit here and listen to the chimes for a while?
Dear Lord, if I can't have Penny, let her be happy wherever she is. And if the only thing that will really make her happy is to forget that I was ever her mother, let it be that way, too. Amen.
Barbara, this is what I wanted to tell you. I found out today why Jerry killed himself.
What?
He stole $20,000 from Dunlap and Garrett.
Oh, no.
That's the truth. And his mother covered for him, just as she did every other time he got into trouble.
I don't believe it. You're lying, both of you.
Penny, what's she doing here? I didn't know she...
I'll never believe that about my father, never. Please, Penny, wait.
Oh, Mr. Valentine.
I'm sorry. I thought if Claire brought Penny here...
Now, whatever slight chance I had is gone. But it doesn't matter. Judge Blanchard's already made up his mind. Let's go and get the formalities over with.
Penny, come here, dear.
Yes, Judge Blanchard?
The last time we were together, about a year ago, I had to make the decision about you and your mother. Now it's up to you.
I know.
Don't be frightened, Penny. Tell the judge how you feel.
Yes, Grandma.
There's something I'd like to say, Judge Blanchard.
Please, Mr. Valentine, what else is there to say? You can see the nervous state of this child. It'll be a crime to let her stay with her mother.
Let Penny go on, Mr. Valentine.
Okay, but I'm not through.
Take it easy, darling.
Penny, you're a sensible little girl, and you're old enough to know whom you'd like to live with. Well?
Well, I...
Don't be afraid to talk to the judge, Penny.
I would like to...
Go on.
I want to go home and live with my mother. Oh, Mother.
Penny. My baby.
I heard what you said when you were over there in the park. That it would be better if I forgot all about you. It would make me happy.
Oh, now, hush, darling. That doesn't matter now.
I kept thinking about it, and somehow I know what Mr. Valentine said about Father is true. Oh, Mother.
Mother. It's been a whole year since you called me that.
Judge Blanchard, I don't know what came over Penny, but certainly we can't forgive this woman's scandalous behavior.
Don't you dare talk about my mother that way.
Penny, what are you saying?
Couldn't we go home now? Together, Mommy?
Judge? I think you can decide the way your heart's telling you to, Judge Blanchard. And if we can have a few minutes alone, I think we'll even be able to satisfy the law. Yes, Judge Blanchard. Leonard hired Dan Edwards to have Barbara conveniently drugged that night.
But what would be Leonard Ebersole's reason for doing anything like that?
Well, the old girl was prepared to leave her entire fortune to Penny if she could get her legal custody. Leonard wanted to be in the position to administer the estate. After all, Penny doesn't come of age for 9 years.
But what about this check to Dan Edwards? You said it was signed by Mrs. Ebersole.
Some fancy blackmail, Judge. When Edwards was through with Leonard, he started on his mother.
The Ebersole. It's hard to believe.
George, how did you suspect Leonard?
Edwards never graduated from Denfield with Jerry. In the college yearbook, it was Ebersole and then Eggleston. No Edwards.
Then who could have told Edwards about that little escapade Jerry had in his senior year? The one with the chapel bell.
Well, that was all hushed up, Brooksy. The mother never knew about it. It had to be Leonard.
Pretty good work, Valentine. You know, when I was district attorney, I would have had a job for you.
Oh, well, thanks.
George may be able to return the compliment and have a job for you someday soon, Judge. I hope.
Beg your pardon?
Huh? Oh, of course, we could go to a church.
Oh. Oh, no. I'll be more than glad to say the all-important words, Miss Brooks.
Oh, wait a minute. Now who's getting framed? Come on, Brooksy.
I'd be willing to bet there's not one car owner in 1,000 who could lubricate his car thoroughly. For there are more than 20 vital wear points on the average car, and if most of us tried to find them, it'd be pure guesswork. Even the expert lube men at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations don't rely on experience alone when they grease your car. Instead, they follow a precise lubrication chart recommended by the manufacturer of your car. And they use RPM greases and oils, each one tailor-made to protect those key wear points. Tailor-made, too, to smooth out shocks and give you easier riding. So for low-cost maintenance and better riding, get a lube job with RPM oils and greases every 1,000 miles at a standard station or an independent Chevron gas station where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. Next week, when you tune our way for another adventure of George Valentine, you'll hear...
George, the door isn't locked.
Yeah, wait a minute, Angel. Put the light on.
George.
Well, they couldn't have done a better job in this room if they used a bulldozer.
Mr. Karofsky. Mr. Karofsky.
Hey, don't be naive, Brooksy. They didn't make rubble out of this place just for exercise. Yeah, they gave Karofsky this little party and took the guest of honor away with them.
George. Oh, come here, look.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Blood. They couldn't wait, could they?
Oh, but he's such a little man.
We're up against a racket that thrives on little people, Brooksy. And we're going to keep at it until we find out what it is.
Adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Virginia Gregg as Barbara, Dawn Bender as Penny, Noreen Gamil as Mrs. Ebersole, Stan Waxman as Leonard, Jay Novello as Edwards, and Herb Butterfield as Judge Blanchard. The music is composed and conducted by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Proven in over 2 million homes. Second, you get both AM and FM radio with RCA Victor's new extended tone range. And third, the Rutland gives you 2 automatic record changers that enable you to enjoy records at all 3 speeds. Yes, enjoy all of these fine instruments in one fine combination at one money-saving price. Look over the Rutland soon. And say, here are 2 new RCA Victor Red Seal releases to add to your collection. September Song, sung on a single record by Ezio Pinza, and the album of selections from Gershwin's Porgy and Bess with Reza Stevens and Robert Merrill.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Mr. Kurowski, American, a transcribed adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If you're in trouble and need confidential help, call on me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, 10 years now I work hard to be a good American. Soon I get citizen papers. But maybe I don't get them. Maybe Judge will say what I am doing is wrong. But just the same, I cannot keep quiet, because inside I am already American citizen. You got to help me, because it is my whole life to be American citizen. I live at 82 Barrow Street. I am yours respectfully, Stepan Kurowski.
Well, Mr. Kurowski, we got your letter.
I do not write so good, eh?
Well, you got across what you wanted to say, and that's all that matters.
Please sit down. Here, lady, sit. Take soft chair.
Oh, thank you.
I am just bachelor, but I make very good cup of tea, almost like married missus.
No, thanks. Don't bother, Mr. Kurowski. Now, in the letter you said something was worrying you. Well, what seems to be the trouble?
I saw what you put in newspaper. Well, maybe I don't have enough money to pay you.
Well, then it's my tough luck. Okay, let's have it.
All right, I tell you best I know. A couple of months ago, a man came to me and said, Kurowski, you are an important man in this neighborhood.
Oh, I'm sure you are.
Yes, I am janitor, young lady. Pipe leaks, Kurowski. Husband beats up wife, Kurowski. Anything in the house go wrong, Kurowski.
Okay, so you're a big man.
Just like on the other side, I was mayor in my village, so people trust me. Like this man said.
Yeah?
He said, my company collects money from many people in this part of town. Every month they will bring the money to you, and we will send somebody to get it from you. And you will get a few dollars, Kurowski.
But money for what?
The man did not say. So I thought it was for furniture, radios, things like that. You know, people down here buy most time on Sterling plans.
Yes.
So people start coming with envelopes and the money inside. They also look at me like they want to kill me. Some don't even talk to me on the street no more.
And that means you think something was wrong. That's why you got in touch with me.
No, Mr. Valentine, something happened very bad, very bad. Mrs. Andello, I know her a long time. She said to me, this month I have no money. And she began to cry. I say, don't worry, you pay next month.
Then what happened?
Next day, I found out Mrs. Andello go in kitchen. Turn on gas.
Oh, how dreadful.
Well, maybe she had other troubles.
No, this is why she killed herself. I know it. Maybe I'm helping break the law.
When this man comes around, why don't you just tell him you don't want to play anymore?
They will just get somebody else to do the same thing. As good American, I cannot let that happen. But that is where I am stuck.
Oh, I get it, Mr. Kurowski. If you go to the police, they'll find out you were mixed up in this.
And I don't get my citizen papers.
Yeah.
I try so hard to do everything right, so Judge is proud to make Kurowski citizen.
Well, if this is some kind of a racket, George, Mr. Kurowski is in a spot, all right.
Oh, it's a racket, sure enough. No collection agency would work this way. When does this man come around the next time?
The man only came first time. After that is young lady. She knows nothing either. She gives money to somebody else.
Oh, sure. He gives it to somebody else, so nobody knows who's at the top. Okay, then when does this gal come around?
She comes tomorrow, 1 o'clock. Only one good thing come from all this.
What's that?
I meet fine woman. Soon we get married.
Well, good for you.
Wait a minute. You mean she pays off 2 each month and won't even tell you what it's all about?
No, and that makes me even more worried. When I talk about it, she just looks at me and says nothing. Anna make me promise to never ask her again.
Okay, Mr. Kurowski, let me have her name. I'll talk to her. Maybe she'll open up for me.
Mrs. Anna Feder, a widow lady. Just around the corner over Baker's shop.
Okay, you just sit tight.
How can I thank you?
Skip it. Let's just say I'm trying to be as good a citizen as you, Mr. Kurowski.
I tell you nothing. Nothing.
Mrs. Feder, what are you afraid of?
You get out now. Go.
Don't you see what this means to Mr. Kurowski? We have to clear this thing up for his sake.
Always the same thing. Stepan, the good citizen. He doesn't know what kind of trouble he's making. Now get out.
But Mrs. Feder, listen, please.
Golly, what did we get into here, George? That woman is scared to death.
Yeah. And I wonder how many more there are like her. Well, maybe we'll find out tomorrow when that girl makes a collection at Kurowski's.
How are you, Mr. Kurowski?
Oh, fine, Viola. Well, you look better today. Not so worried like always.
What's the use of worrying? You got the envelopes?
Yeah, they are right here.
Good. I see you next month.
Viola, wait, please.
Yes?
Don't you know even a little bit who gets this money? And why? Oh, you look frightened like the others.
Worried? Frightened? Why do you keep saying things like that, Mr. Kurowski?
Well,
how many times must I tell you? I don't know any more about this than you do. And I don't care to know.
But, Viola, we might be doing something wrong.
Is it wrong to make a little money when you need it? You know I can't work much. Certainly delivering some envelopes can't hurt anybody.
I am sorry.
So am I. Mr. Kurowski, it would be better for all of us if you don't ask questions. Much better. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Viola.
Well, that certainly didn't tell us very much.
She sounded as though she's in the same boat as Mrs. Feder.
You see what I mean, Mr. Valentine?
Yes, I do. Come on, Brooksy. Let's make sure we don't lose her. She's headed right for the Von Dome apartments.
Pretty swank.
Pretty strange, too.
Wait a minute, George. She's going into the servants' entrance.
Okay, then. So are you. Find out where she's going, Brooksy.
But how?
Oh, make believe you're a maid, hairdresser, anything. Get going.
Just a minute, going up.
Hey, I'll wait for you any day, sister. I'll even bring my lunch if I have to.
Oh, you're cute. Oh, hello. You work for someone in the building, too?
Sometimes.
This is my first day on a new job, and I'm just a bundle.
You're so right.
I meant a bundle of nerves. As I was saying, the first day you're always nervous. That's just natural, isn't it?
I suppose so.
But it wears off the second day, and that's just natural, too, because...
What floor, when you get a minute?
Because being a personal maid, you get to know your people personal-like, if you know what I mean.
Look, beautiful. We're almost to the penthouse where this lady wants to go.
Well, imagine that. What could I have been doing passing my floor like that?
Gabbing.
You're cute. George, Viola might be doing housework in the Armstrong penthouse and won't be down for hours yet.
Well, I don't intend to wait for hours. Besides, it won't hurt to find out just who Maurice Armstrong is.
And who are you going to be?
Oh, I'll think of something on the way up. I represent Mrs. Swenson's employment agency. I'd like to speak to Mr. Armstrong about one of our clients.
I'm Mr. Armstrong's secretary. Is it important? He's busy at the moment.
Yes, indeed, it's important. It concerns Viola Kober and some fees which are very much past due.
Miss Kober?
What's this about Viola? Who is this man, Miss Wilson?
He's from an employment agency, Mr. Armstrong.
Oh?
It seems Viola
Owes us some money. And if I could talk to the young lady, I'm sure I could make her understand Mrs. Swenson doesn't run her business as a hobby.
Oh, I see. I have Miss Kober in now and then to do my special laundry. You know, things I don't dare trust to the commercial establishments.
Yes, well, if I could just see her for a moment.
Miss Wilson, will you ask Viola to come in?
Well, she left some time ago, Mr. Armstrong.
Oh, but that's impossible. I was waiting outside the service entrance.
Oh, she wasn't feeling very well, so I had the houseman take her down in Mr. Armstrong's private elevator.
Oh, come now. How much does she owe you, sir?
$19.80. But it isn't just the money, you understand. It's the principle of the thing, and if I could have her address...
Here. Take this and forget about it.
Oh, thank you, sir. You're very kind, but I still have to make my report out for the Employment Agencies Credit Association. It won't hurt the poor girl, you understand, just routine. So if I could have the address...
Very well. Miss Wilson?
I believe I have it somewhere on my desk here. Oh, here it is. 342 Morrow Street.
342 Morrow Street. Thank you very much. I'm sorry to inconvenience you folks, but you'd be surprised the things I have to do in my job. Now, this is strange, Brooksy.
You mean Viola's not being home?
Yeah. If you were that sick, where would you head for?
Home, if I could make
Just what I mean, Angel. But it's no use hanging around here. We'll get back here later.
Well, where are we bound for? Another blind alley?
Oh, you're a pessimist, sweetheart. Blind alley? Oh, we made a lot of progress today. We found out that one Maurice Armstrong is a big tub of lard who buys and sells rare books and has his dainties laundered by hand.
Oh, I know how you feel, darling.
So we're going to talk to Mr. Koronsky some more. I mean, let him do the talking. He might say something which seems unimportant to him, but maybe just what we need to see some light in this case.
Hey, the door's unlocked.
Yeah, wait, Angel. I'll put the light on.
Okay. George!
They couldn't have done a better job if they used a bulldozer.
Mr. Korosky! Mr. Korosky!
Don't be naive, Brooksy. They didn't make rubble out of this place just for the exercise. They gave Korosky this little party and took the guest of honor away with them.
George, come here, look.
Yeah, blood. Oh, they couldn't wait, could they? They started working him over right here.
But he's such a little man.
Brooksy, we're up against a racket that thrives on little people. But what kind of a racket? What do they do to scare people dumb? Well, we'll keep running up those blind alleys till we find out.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Summer weather means sunburn weather, but luckily there are lots of ways you can keep from getting too sunburned. But what about those hot spots inside your car's engine, like upper cylinder walls that have to operate in blowtorch temperatures the year round? You'll be glad to know there's a sure way to protect those precision-made parts, a way to keep them lubricated in extreme heat. That's by using compounded RPM motor oil. One of the compounds in RPM is an adhering agent that keeps a smooth film of oil on moving parts at all times. Where ordinary motor oils would give up, leaving hot spots bare and exposed to wear, RPM does almost the impossible. It stays on those vital hot spots, helps your car get more mileage with fewer repair bills. No wonder RPM motor oil's first choice in the West. Get it at a standard station or independent Chevron gas station, where they say
and mean we take better care of your car. Now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. You meet a little man with one dream, to become an American citizen. You hear a fantastic story about being innocently involved in what looks like a vicious racket. And you find your client has been beaten and kidnapped, so you start swinging in all directions, like sending Claire down to headquarters to Lieutenant Riley. And you end up talking to that strange girl, Viola Kober.
You took a long time to get home after you left Mr. Armstrong's.
It was my day to work for him. But why should I tell you anything?
Well, it's better to tell it to me than to the police.
Oh,
Okay, you know the information I want.
there's nothing to tell. Once a month I get that money from Mr. Karaski, and I hand it to a man who's always waiting at the entrance to Hanover Park.
Now we're getting somewhere. What man?
It's a different man every time.
Oh, sure, that's pretty slick. They know what you look like, but you don't know them.
I'm not doing anything wrong, and I need whatever money I can make. You see, I'm not well, and I can't keep a steady job.
I take it you met this Mr. X on the way home from the Vendome.
Yes,
Viola, I think you're holding out on me.
I won't tell you anymore. I won't tell anybody. I have reason.
What's that supposed to mean?
Whatever you want it to. They're not going to do to me what they did to Mr. Karaski. Now, please leave me alone, please.
How's it going, Bennett?
Besides pictures of the old man's place, Lieutenant, there's nothing.
Well, see what you can find on the stairs going up to the street.
I don't know what's keeping George, Lieutenant Riley. He said he'd be...
No, I don't want to see it. No.
Are you afraid it might make you talk, Mrs. Fader?
Valentine, what the
Just a
devil...
minute, Lieutenant. Go on. Take a good look at the room, Mrs. Fader.
Oh.
Yeah.
And everything was always so nice. So nice. Oh, Stepan.
Over here, Mrs. Fader. Here's something that's not so nice.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Stepan's blood.
Where is he? What are they doing to him?
If you want to find out and if you love him, you'll loosen up. Who are you paying that money to every month, Mrs. Fader?
All right, I'll tell everything.
Forgive the dramatic entrance, Lieutenant.
Go on, Mrs. Fader.
Here, you'd better sit down here.
Heaven on earth. That's the American expression, isn't it?
Yeah?
To a foreigner like me, it's more than that. It's a real heaven on earth, this country. You can't blame me if I would do anything to stay here.
What are you trying to say, Mrs. Fader?
I am not a citizen.
Well, neither is Mr. Karowski yet.
But I can never be one. I paid to get across the border. I have no right to be here.
That's pretty serious, Mrs. Fader.
I know. And they know it. That's why they make me and the others pay. All my life I would have to pay, or they would tell on me.
Well, there's our racket, Lieutenant.
It's hard to believe.
This is getting to be bigger than us, Valentine. It calls for a trip to the Federal Building.
Yeah.
Please, you must find Stepan. It don't matter about me now.
We'll do everything we can, madam.
Well, you can carry the ball from here, Lieutenant. I've still got a client named Stepan Karowski. Brooksy, I'm going to stay right here in this office all night till I think of something. So go on home, get some rest.
I can't hear a word you're saying.
Thanks, Angel.
Oh, darling, you mustn't blame yourself.
Oh, I know, but I keep thinking of that little guy. Pipe gets a leak, Karowski. Anything goes wrong, Karowski. Oh, Brooksy, why don't I draw anything with blanks? Well, good evening. I see you've changed your mind.
Yes, Mr. Valentine.
Miss Kober, this is Miss Brooks, my assistant.
Hello.
It doesn't make any difference now. I read the papers. Why those people were paying all that money. But I could not say anything because I was just like all the others.
Okay, now we both know. So what?
The immigration people will get to me soon now. So I may as well tell you everything. Perhaps you can still find Mr. Karaski before they...
What's everything supposed to mean?
I know who is the man at the top.
George.
Yeah, go on.
I lied about meeting those different men in the park. I always brought the money directly to Maurice Armstrong.
Why, that
It's bigger than you think, Mr. Valentine. He takes all he can get to smuggle people into the country, then blackmails them for the rest of their lives. It's anybody's guess in how many other big cities he does the same thing.
Shall I call Lieutenant Riley, George?
No, Brooksy, we'll pick him up on the way to the Vendome. It's his party, but I want the pleasure of making Armstrong tell me what he's done with Koroski.
Mr. Valentine, I'm afraid of what they do to me.
You'll be okay, Viola. We'll drop you off at your place first. Lock yourself in and stay put till you hear from me. Now, come on, let's get down to headquarters.
Oh, I feel so sorry for Viola, George. She doesn't even care how she looks. Her beautiful blonde hair is beginning to look like a wig. Isn't there anything that can be done for her?
Besides sending her to a beauty parlor, I don't know, Brooksy. It's not our job. Hey, this is George Valentine. Let me speak to Lieutenant Riley. Out? Where? Say that again. Found dead, huh? All right, thanks.
What is it, George?
Oh, another blind alley, Brooksy. Only this time there's a body at the end of it.
Well, Valentine, there he is, sprawled over his desk, the gun still in his hand. No doubt about it, Armstrong killed himself.
Yeah.
After what you told me, my guess is he thought we were closing in on him.
Well, there goes our last chance to find out what happened to Mr. Koroski.
Yeah.
I've got the boys going through this penthouse with a fine-tooth comb, but no records at all on this alien racket.
Well, they'll find something because Viola put a finger right on him.
Who reported the suicide, Lieutenant?
Well, the houseman came in to say goodnight and found him like this. I remembered the name from what you told me yesterday, so I beat it right over here.
I just heard about Mr. Armstrong,
Huh?
and I...
Who are you?
Louise Wilson, Mr. Armstrong's secretary. I was. The girl on the switchboard called my apartment and told me what happened.
I see. Miss Wilson, just what were your duties as Mr. Armstrong's secretary? Did you notice anything strange about his activities?
No. He was a very well-known rare book dealer. I kept records of his transactions, cataloged the volumes, went to dealers with him, but I did notice he was very nervous and irritable the last few days.
How do you mean?
Well, I don't know. He acted as though he were afraid of something.
Was there anything, Miss Wilson, to make you suspect that he might have been interested in something else besides old books?
Well, to tell you the truth, Mr. Valentine, I've sometimes wondered about some of the people who came to see him,
Yeah?
They were practically all foreign-born, but of course so many book dealers are.
Yeah. Okay. Now we'd better get hold of that girl, Viola, so she can identify Armstrong before we take him down to the morgue.
I'll pick her up, Lieutenant.
Oh, I just thought of something else.
Well, let's have it, Miss Wilson.
About a week ago, Mr. Armstrong gave me a package to keep in my place. He told me if anything ever happened to him, to mail it to a certain address he gave me.
Well, for the love of heaven, why didn't you think of that before?
I could have it here in half an hour.
All right, get going.
Yes, Lieutenant.
Well, what's the matter, George? Why don't we get going for Viola?
Oh, there's no hurry, Brooksy.
Huh?
What? What do you mean there's no hurry? We want to get through here tonight.
You know, that's been the trouble with me up to now, Lieutenant. I've been trying to cover too much ground too fast. But I'm beginning to get a nice, clear picture of this to you.
If you don't stop talking in riddles,
See you in a little while, Lieutenant.
And so, Miss Kober, you absolutely identify this man as the one you've delivered the money to.
Yes, sir. Mr. Armstrong.
Well, that settles that. Now you can run along.
Oh, just a minute, Viola.
Yes, Mr. Valentine?
Remember that first time I met you in your room? You said you didn't want them to do to you what they did to Mr. Koroski.
Yes.
How did you know that anything had happened to Mr. Koroski?
Well,
Miss Brooks and I were the only ones who knew that.
You must have misunderstood what I said.
Oh, Maybe I did it there.
Valentine.
Lieutenant, I wonder why Miss Wilson isn't back yet. She's been gone more than an hour. Would you have any ideas on that, Viola?
Of course not. Why should I?
Oh, isn't it a safe bet to say that Miss Wilson could never get back here until you've gone?
George, you're trying the lieutenant's patience and mine, too.
There's another question you might be able to help me with, Viola.
I don't understand.
Miss Wilson only knew me as the man from Mrs. Swenson's employment agency. Now, why wasn't she surprised when she saw me here tonight? And why did she call me Mr. Valentine?
Lieutenant, what is he saying?
Remember, Brooksy, you remarked about Viola's hair?
Mm-hmm.
What a pity it was that such a beautiful blonde locks were beginning to look like a wig. Well, that's what it is.
No.
What the
She's
devil?
a brunette.
And if you took a handkerchief and rubbed some of this theatrical makeup off like this...
Don't! Take your hands off of me.
Underneath, you'll find Miss Wilson.
You're right.
No.
Yes. And not Mr. Armstrong's secretary, his boss.
Well, Valentine, this tops them all.
She's all yours, Riley, after she tells me where she's got Karowski. Oh, nurse, may we see Mr. Karowski now?
In a few minutes. If you'll just sit here, I'll call you.
Okay, thanks.
Oh, it's still hard to believe, George.
What's that, Angel?
Well, the whole elaborate plan, Viola or Miss Wilson killing Armstrong, and making it look like suicide.
Well, think of what she had at stake. A nationwide racket, smuggling in aliens, then bleeding them for the rest of their lives. And the silence of the victims almost guaranteed, until Karowski's conscience began to bother him.
Well, she fooled me completely.
Then she got rid of Armstrong, who was just a figurehead. Everybody'd think the trail ended there. And with all the records nice and safe, she could go right on, under any other name.
You can go in and see Mr. Karowski now.
Oh, good. Let's go, Brooksy.
Yeah. How do you feel, Mr. Karowski?
Outside, not so good, Miss Brooks, but inside, beautiful. Thank you, Mr. Valentine.
Thank me. Coming from a guy who took the beating you did, that's a laugh.
We spoke to Lieutenant Riley, and you don't have a thing to worry about, Mr. Karowski. You've practically got your citizenship papers now.
I am very happy.
Oh, yes, there's another thing.
Yes?
You know, there are a lot of things a new American citizen can do. For instance, if it's all right with the judge, the moment he gets his papers, he can be married. And if the lady isn't a citizen, she becomes one, too. That is, after she spends a little time, say, in Canada or Mexico.
You mean Anna and me?
Let me be the first to congratulate you, Mr. Karowski.
Oh, my. This is a wonderful country.
If you're about to take off on a vacation trip, I'll bet you've got most of your stopover places all figured out. There's just one thing I'd like to add to that. Along the highways and byways, stop at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations for that great Chevron Supreme gasoline. You'll find it's terrific in traffic, gives your car speedy pickup. Count on it for faster starts, too, and for ping-free power on hills. Wherever you motor in the West, you'll find Chevron Supreme gets the best out of your car. That's because this premium quality gasoline is climate-tailored, tailored to the season and to the West's different altitude and temperature zones. In fact, you can't buy a better gasoline for today's high-compression engines and for older cars that need new power. Get a tank full tomorrow at a standard station or an independent Chevron gas station where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Next week, when George Valentine goes out to meet a client, only to find that said gentleman has been drowned in a boating accident, we'll hear Lieutenant Riley saying...
But, Valentine, there were two boats. Now, how in the name of heaven did the killer know which boat Wadsworth would pick?
Well, Riley, this is quite a case you have on your hands.
Oh, no, you don't.
Well, why should we stick around, Lieutenant? We don't have a client anymore.
Oh, yes, you do. For once, if I have to, I'm hiring you, Valentine. This time, you've got me.
Tonight's transcribed adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George, with Francis Robinson as Brooksy. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Let George Do It was written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr., and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Virginia Gregg as Viola, Robert Griffin as Karofsky, Olga Violin as Mrs. Fader, Ken Christie as Armstrong, and Harry Bartell as the elevator boy. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It.
And this is Kenny Delmar speaking for your friendly Ford dealer. Today is the first day of a nationwide campaign sponsored by the National Safety Council. Their advice is to check accidents, double-check your car. And this is the ideal time to do it, just before you start your heavy summer driving. Let your Ford dealer check your brakes, lights, steering, and tires, and in general get your car ship-shape for miles of pleasure ahead. It's important to know that Ford mechanics are Ford-trained. They use special Ford equipment and factory-approved methods. They can supply genuine Ford parts. Because Ford dealers know Ford's best, they save you time and trouble, and they save you good, hard cash. So tomorrow, for sure, take your Ford back home for a real spring tonic.
HOJO Radio, where the classics come alive.
California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. Danger is my stock and trade. If it's way over your head and you need discreet, confidential help, call on me, George Valentine. Write full details.
My dear Valentine, as a newspaperman and dramatic critic, I've seldom been wrong. When I have been, the public has preferred my polished, civilized verdict on a play to the clumsy mouthings of my colleagues. But be that as it may, I've discovered a man of the theater who's carrying on a fabulous masquerade and must be exposed. I need facts, and you can get them for me. I suggest
you get in touch with me at my office so we can arrange an appointment. Signed, Jonathan Thorpe.
Jonathan Thorpe, huh?
Yeah.
Just a minute, Brooksy. Where's this morning's paper?
Where it always is after you read the sports page. In the wastebasket.
Huh? Well, here's the great man's column. Today's Theater by Jonathan Thorpe.
Oh, the last time he had a kind word for a play or an actor, he used the rest of the column to apologize.
Yeah, well, burn the incense, Angel. I'm about to read some of Thorpe's deathless prose. I quote, "Since its opening 2 weeks ago, I have been repeatedly warning the unsuspecting public against that dramatic abomination now holding forth at the Majestic Theater. A Wind from the Prairie by Luke Eberhardt could be more aptly titled A Breeze from the Stockyard.
Them's harsh words, partner.
What this play lacks in dramatic instruction, it makes up for in sheer illiteracy. Out of sweet charity's sake, I say nothing about the inane high school performance of Mark Guilford, the alleged leading man. In more than 20 years, I have seen some pretty bad plays.
Oh, all right. I get the general idea.
You know, Brooksy, it might be very interesting to meet this poor man's George Bernard Shaw, so how about making that appointment?"
I'll ring Mr. Thorpe and tell him you're here, Mr. Valentine.
Now, that's okay. We're expected.
Oh, but he likes to be warned. He never can tell whether to expect an actor he's roasted in his column or just a blind man he tripped on the street. I'm his first line of defense.
Oh, the perfect receptionist.
I see you're a member of the Down with Thorpe Society. What have you got against Jonathan?
Oh, nothing. He just won't stop breathing. Right down the hall here on the main floor, the last office.
Come on, Brooksy.
Okay.
Mr. Thorpe, there's a Mr. Valentine on his way to see you.
Oh, I bet he's just a little runt with a Napoleon complex.
Please, Angel, please. You're talking about our client.
Ah, Valentine, come in.
This is my assistant, Miss Brooks.
How do you do?
It's a pleasure. Sit down. Sit down.
Thank you.
Well, Valentine, I suppose you're just corroded with curiosity about this character I mentioned in my letter.
Well, I'd like to know more about him, if that's what you mean.
I am not a malicious man. I live for the theater. I regard it as a sacred temple. It's bad enough to see it desecrated by mediocre talents. I won't have a criminal take refuge in it.
What has this monster done, Mr. Thorpe?
Several years ago, he was the key figure in a rather daring robbery. A robbery which, by the way, has never been solved.
Yeah, go on.
This worthy young man donned a bank messenger's uniform, hypnotized a dim-witted lady cashier with his charm, and walked out with $10,000.
Well, tell me, how did you get this information, Thorpe?
I came up from the ranks as a reporter, Valentine. I have a great many, shall we say, unorthodox contacts.
Well, let's have the name of your man.
Mark Guilford.
What?
You mean the star of Luke Eberhardt's play? The one you've been panning for the last 2 weeks?
That wasn't the reason that I panned it, Valentine. But that is the man. When he decided to take this fling at crime, he was just another unemployed actor.
Mark Guilford, oh, that's hard to believe.
Oh, Miss Brooks, you're just like my wife, Evelyn. Here, look at the picture. Very young and beautiful, but equally naive. You see, things like this do happen. Excuse me. Yes, Peggy? Who? Oh, tell him up.
I want to talk to you, Thorpe.
Never mind, Peggy. The wind from the prairie just blew in. What can I do for you, Eberhardt? I don't remember your making an appointment.
Why don't you lay off me, Thorpe? You got something else to write about besides my play. What do you got against me?
Nothing personal, my dear fellow, except that I find your brainchild particularly offensive. Now, please, I have business with Mr. Valentine here.
Oh, don't mind us.
The other critics didn't think it was so bad. You're deliberately murdering it.
If I am, it's a mercy killing.
I don't know why you're doing this, but I'm warning you. Lay off. If you don't...
Bravo! You should be playing Mark Guilford's part. It would be an improvement. Good day, Mr. Eberhardt.
Why, Oh.
His first play. One is tempted to be kind, but that would only encourage him to write another one. Now, where were we, Valentine?
Tell me, Mr. Thorpe, this business about Mark Guilford. Why don't you go to the police with it?
Maybe that's so simple you didn't think of it.
I'm a newspaper man, Miss Brooks. When I'm sure of the story, all the facts, I'll write it up. Then the police can take it from there. Now, Valentine?
Yeah?
This list. Unsavory individuals, to be sure, but they'll give you the information you'll need about Guilford. And, this check. It'll do as a retainer, I'm sure.
Okay, thanks. Now, how about a couple of passes for the Majestic tonight?
I wasn't wrong when I called you in, Valentine. You're a brave man.
I just want to see if a wind from the prairie could possibly be as bad as you say it is. Besides, I'd like very much to get a load of Mark Guilford in action.
I know it's lonely here, Alice, but we belong in this house. You and I are complete, and our love will be as timeless as those mountains, and always as clean and fresh as a wind from the prairie.
George, you haven't even been listening.
What's that, Angel?
That girl in the front row, you haven't taken your eyes off her.
Oh, wait a minute. Let her go up the aisle ahead of us.
Okay. Hey, George, I recognize her now.
Yeah.
The picture Thorpe showed us. His wife.
Uh-huh. Now, let's stay right behind her.
Right.
For Mrs. Thorpe, there was only one person on that stage tonight, Mark Guilford.
Well, I thought he was quite good. And it really wasn't a bad play. I can't blame Eberhardt for wanting to see Thorpe roasted on both sides.
Well, Jonathan's campaign worked all right. The house was half empty.
Taxi!
Where'd you park the car, George?
Oh, wait a minute, Brooksy.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah. Mrs. Thorpe is heading down the alley, straight for the stage door.
And Mark Guilford.
Oh, Angel, I think I want out of this deal.
Why?
It's the old triangle. But with Jonathan Thorpe in one corner, it promises to be nastier than usual.
All this talk about the theater, a sacred temple.
Oh, no, I'm not digging into anybody's past for Thorpe and whatever game he's playing. And Brooksy, I'm going to tell him tomorrow that it's strictly out of my line.
Oh, it's you again. I'll ring Mr. Thorpe.
It's okay, Peggy. I found a message at my apartment last night. His Highness wants to see me at 11 o'clock, and I sure want to see him.
Is he free, Peggy?
If he left a message for you, he knows you'll be here. He usually gets what he wants. From everybody. You know, I ought to learn to keep my mouth shut.
Look out, you might talk yourself into that yet.
Wait a minute. I don't have you down on Thorpe's list of appointments.
Forget it, beautiful. We'll skip protocol this morning. Now, look, Thorpe, I don't know why you wanted to see me, but I'm here to call it quits. You... Oh, now, listen, you're not that busy. You can at least turn around when I...
What's the matter with him, George?
Hey, just a minute, Brooksy. Oh, if he could turn around with that knife stuck in his chest, it'd be the neatest trick of the week.
The letter opener.
Yeah.
Golly, and he just seemed to sit there as though...
Hey, Peggy, get me Lieutenant Riley at police headquarters, quick. You okay, Brooksy?
Oh, fine. Well, wait till Riley hears about this.
Yeah, I know. He'll probably... Oh, Lieutenant, this is Valentine. I want...
You've been asking for this, Jonathan. Turn around.
Mrs. Thorpe, put that gun down. Oh, George.
Hang on, Riley. Stay on the line.
I killed him.
You certainly did your best.
But he didn't suffer as much as he made other people suffer. I don't care. I don't care what happens now.
Brooksy, take her over to that house.
Yeah, George.
No matter what they do to me, couldn't be worse than what I've been through.
All right now, Mrs. Thorpe.
Okay, Riley, you can stop your yelling. Yes, those were shots you heard. Jonathan Thorpe, the dramatic critic, Fine Arts Building. Better get over here right away. Now, look, try to get hold of yourself, Mrs. Thorpe.
What? Who are you? What are you doing here?
The name's Valentine. Your late husband hired me to investigate Mark Guilford.
I know all about that. He made sure I did. He taunted me with it. That's why I killed him.
But, Mrs. Thorpe, I think you ought to know
Hold
that...
it, Brooksy. Let it go on.
I wasn't going to let him wreck Mark's life. I asked him for a divorce, but he couldn't stand the thought of my finding any happiness. Oh, it was all right for him to humiliate me whenever his ego needed some woman to fawn over him. Even that girl Peggy outside was one of them. I suppose I should feel horrified at what I've done. But I don't.
George, you've got to tell her.
Tell me what?
You didn't kill your husband, Mrs. Thorpe.
What are you saying?
Just that. Somebody beat you to it.
Valentine, you never come up with a nice, simple murder. Oh, no. The guy's got to be killed twice, just to make things twice as complicated for me. Oh, why do you do this to me?
You flatter me, Lieutenant. I didn't arrange all this just to keep you from getting bored.
What about Mrs. Thorpe?
I still feel as though I killed Jonathan. I meant to. I had murder in my heart.
Well, you'll have to work that out with your own conscience, Mrs. Thorpe. The simple legal fact is that he was already dead when you shot him.
Well, then there can't be any charges against Mrs. Thorpe.
Oh, Lieutenant.
Yes, Valentine.
Now, if I promise, honor bright, not to complicate things, how about me playing along?
Well, okay, but just stay out of my way.
Oh, that'll be easy, Lieutenant. I'm pretty sure what I have in mind would be much too weird for your tastes.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, a word about your vacation inventory. When there's a family vacation coming up, usually it's the lady of the house who keeps a checklist of things to get ready. But there's a man in your neighborhood who keeps a checklist for your vacation, too. You'll find him at an independent Chevron gas station and at a standard station. His checklist is designed to get your car in shape for the toughest trip. So before you start out, better ask him to inspect your car's battery, headlights, tires, spark plugs, and oil. He'll see that everything's in order, that your car's ready to take on all the carefree vacation miles you want to cover. And by the way, while you're at his service station, ask about Polaroid sunglasses. They'll spare you a lot of eye strain in glaring sunlight. Out on the highways and byways, keep your vacation carefree by stopping in at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. And now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Well, if you were in George's shoes, here's the situation in which you'd find yourself. A caustic, well-hated dramatic critic hires you to clear up an unsolved crime. But before you can even get started, you find said critic with a letter opener in his chest. And then before you can even say, well, what do you know, the critic's wife rushes in and pumps her already dead spouse full of lead. At headquarters, George and Lieutenant Riley are trying to bring a little order out of chaos.
All right now, Peggy. take a good look at Mr. Guilford.
Look, Riley, you don't have to drag this out.
You'd better let the lieutenant do this his own way, Guilford. It'll save a lot of time.
Well, I'm looking, Lieutenant.
All right. When was the last time you saw him?
10 o'clock this morning. He breezed past my desk and headed straight for Thorpe's office. And words began to fly. Not being a lady, I'd be glad to go into detail.
I've already told you, Thorpe and I had a quarrel. He knew the trouble I was mixed up in 3 years ago and was holding it over Evelyn so she wouldn't divorce him. I told him to go to the police with it. Get it over with.
And what did Thorpe have to say?
What did he ever have to say? He just sat there and made with epigrams.
You're on the spot, Guilford. You were in love with his wife and he was digging into your past. That's an awful lot of motive.
Oh, Peggy.
Yes, Mr. Valentine?
After Mr. Guilford left, are you sure Thorpe had no other visitors till I showed up with Miss Brooks at 11?
Yeah, I ought to be sure. All I have to do at that desk is to watch people go in and out.
We had a fight. Lord knows I felt like killing him, but I didn't.
The coroner's report says Thorpe was stabbed to death sometime between 10 and 11.
I didn't kill him.
If you ask my opinion, Lieutenant, Mr. Guilford did the world a favor.
Young lady, we're dealing with murder.
Just the same, exterminators are paid for getting rid of things like Thorpe. That's a personal character reference, Lieutenant. You know, I ought to keep my mouth shut.
You know, that's a good idea. Oh, Mrs. Thorpe, can you come in now, please?
Mark. Oh, Mark.
Oh, easy, darling,
Let's
easy.
get away from here anyway.
Mrs. Thorpe, Peggy tells us that only one person saw your husband this morning. That is before I showed up.
Then why have you been questioning Mark in here all this time? Well, why? He wasn't there. Tell them, Mark, tell them.
No, Evelyn,
But what
you
about Luke Eberhardt? Jonathan had an appointment with him at 10:30. He mentioned it at breakfast.
He never kept it.
I still don't know what that has to do with Mark.
I was there, darling.
What? Well, you promised you wouldn't.
Sorry, Mrs. Thorpe, but there's no question about his being there.
Evelyn, you've got to believe me. I didn't kill him. I had to talk to him about us once and for all, but
Guilford, I'm booking you on suspicion of murder. Come on with me. And if you have any more talking to do, you'd better wait till you see your lawyer.
Wait, you can't lock him up. I'll raise bail for him.
This is a murder charge, Mrs. Thorpe. Oh, that'll be all for now, Peggy. You can go. And thanks.
And to think he once said he might make me the second Mrs. Thorpe. Boy, was I lucky. When will I ever learn to keep my mouth shut?
Oh, I can't believe it. I won't believe it, Mr. Valentine. Mark couldn't have done anything like that.
Well, unfortunately, Mrs. Thorpe, the faith that moves mountains doesn't move the police. They're sticklers for evidence.
Mr. Valentine.
Yeah?
You were willing to work for Jonathan.
Well, as a matter of fact...
All he wanted to do was hurt people. Won't you help me now? Prove that Mark is innocent.
You mean you're putting me on the payroll, Mrs. Thorpe?
Yes. Oh, please.
Okay. Okay, we'll call your husband's retainer check the down payment. Now, you understand, of course, I may only come up with the kind of evidence that'll build the case for the police.
Oh, you won't. I'll take that chance. Mark is innocent.
All right, Mrs. Thorpe, all right. I'll do my best. And I think I'll start by having a chat with Luke Eberhardt, the man who didn't keep his appointment.
I thought you'd be dropping around, Valentine.
Hi, Eberhardt. This is my assistant, Miss Brooks.
How do you do?
She was rather charmed with the way you blew your top at Thorpe's office yesterday.
You know, if I wanted to read things into it, I might even say you were threatening, Mr. Thorpe.
I should have pushed that guy's face to the back of his head. Now, get out of here, both of you.
Oh, now, look, friend. Put a lid on that temper of yours. Here, have a cigarette.
I roll my own.
Sure, George, like they do on the rolling prairies. But I don't understand how with all that wind you can...
Now, she stooge for you like this all the time. Anyway, the routine leaves me cold. Go on, get out, Valentine.
Wait a minute. Don't crowd me, prairie boy. I'm here on business. Now, what about that appointment you had with Thorpe this morning at 10:30?
Who made you a cop?
Show him your Dick Tracy badge, darling.
Come on, answer the question, or you will be telling it to the cops.
I don't know anything about an appointment. Get going.
Thorpe was a prissy, methodical man. He kept an appointment book, and he also gave a list of expected visitors to Peggy, the receptionist. You were on that list, Eberhardt.
Okay. I didn't keep the appointment. I was afraid I'd lose my temper and kill him.
Can you prove you weren't there?
Can anybody prove I was? Look, I read the papers. They got Guilford, and they don't want me. Now, out you go.
Wait a minute. You're going to straight arm me once too often.
Look out, George.
I'll do more than that. And stay out.
Well, I'd say Shakespeare Jr. has a tough guy complex.
Yeah, well, next time, Brooksy, remind me it needs psychiatric treatment. Yeah, something therapeutic, like a haymaker.
Oh. Well, now where?
Thorpe's office. There must be something there we've overlooked. Anyway, that's the way I've got to play it. Wow, Mrs. Thorpe. I see you're doing a little private snooping.
I was just going through Jonathan's correspondence. So many people hated him enough to kill him, I thought I might find a letter or a note that would help us. Thought of Mark in jail.
Tell me, Mrs. Thorpe, how did you get into your husband's office? They've got a police sergeant stationed outside at Peggy's desk.
I know. I came in by the fire exit on the second floor and down the stairs on the rear.
Well, you don't say. You know, it might be a good idea for you to stay on the sidelines and let me take care of this. Now, Brooksy, let's be just as methodical about this as the late Jonathan Thorpe would be. First,
Mr. Valentine.
Well?
In this ashtray.
Well, cigarette butts. 5 ordinary cigarette butts. So what?
This one. It isn't like the ones Jonathan has specially made for him.
I roll my own. Remember, George?
Eberhard. When he was here yesterday, he wasn't smoking. So he must have been here this morning. I'll take this, Mrs. Thorpe.
He could have known about that fire exit on the second floor, and that's why Peggy didn't see him.
Brooksy, take Mrs. Thorpe over to Lieutenant Riley's.
Right.
Looks like I may have to use that psychiatric treatment on Eberhard sooner than I thought. So come on, Mr. Eberhard. You and I are going visiting.
What are you talking about?
We're going to have a little coffee clutch down at headquarters. And you may turn out to be the guest of honor.
See, I'm going to have to throw you out again.
Oh, brother, if you do, I'll bounce right back in your face.
Let's see how you bounce.
You're wide open, sucker. Oh. Chin up. Oh. Now, you were lying through your teeth before, Eberhard. You were in Thorpe's office this morning. We found a butt of one of your hand-rolled cigarettes.
Oh, you're out of your mind.
That's right. Come on now, get up and be sociable. Now, you made a natural mistake. Most times people pinch out a cigarette and don't even realize they're doing it.
You're not pinning anything on me.
Hey, what do I have to do to soften you up, brother? Now, come on.
Okay. Yes, Lieutenant Riley. I was there, just like Valentine says.
Then why did you lie about it when we first questioned you?
Well, I was playing it safe. A lot of people knew how I felt about Thorpe, the way he was needling my play.
Yeah, you were pretty specific about what you'd like to do to Thorpe when I was there yesterday.
Lieutenant, why don't you ask him why he used the fire stairs in the first place?
Oh, Miss Brooks, what would I do without you? And why don't you give me a chance to find out?
Touchy.
Yeah. Well, what about that, Eberhard, huh?
Well, Thorpe really went to town on me in this morning's newspaper. I didn't want that receptionist to come barging in, not before I was through taking him apart.
With the help of a letter opener?
No, he was alive when I left him. In fact, I didn't even touch him.
Why the change of heart?
I suppose he begged your pardon, pretty please, huh?
He said he was going to stop writing about my play. Didn't fit into his plans anymore, whatever he meant by that.
I think we know what he meant by that, Lieutenant. All Thorpe was ever interested in was giving Mark Guilford the works. With me on the job, he thought that was in the bag.
Eberhard, you know what your story's done for you, don't you?
What? How do you mean?
If Thorpe was alive when you left, that lets Mark Guilford out. Peggy saw him leave the building at 10:15.
Oh, wait a minute,
Now you're the last known person to be in Thorpe's office before Valentine got there, and just a few minutes before that at that.
I don't care how it sounds. I told you the truth.
I'm afraid I'm going to have to hold you.
Oh, do what you want, but it won't get you anywhere.
Would it be all right if I went outside and told Mrs. Thorpe you're releasing Mark Guilford?
Hold it, Brooksy. Lieutenant.
Yes?
How about keeping the status quo for about a half hour, huh?
Well, forgive my curiosity, but why?
And would you mind getting Peggy, the receptionist, over here?
I still say why.
And would you call the boys in the photo lab and ask them to extend me the courtesy of the profession?
I won't ask why.
One of these days, I'm going to say no to you, even if I have to eat crow for it.
Thanks, Lieutenant. The truth is, when I told you I had something in mind that was on the weird side, well, that was understatement.
This is all very cozy, Lieutenant, but what do you want with me? I told you all I knew.
Oh, this is Mr. Valentine's party, Peggy. Let him go on.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
Why can't Mark leave this place now that you know he didn't kill Jonathan?
Well, for one thing, Mrs. Thorpe, there's still the little matter of that robbery.
Oh, for heaven's sake, George, get to the point.
All right. Here, Lieutenant. Take a look at this cigarette stub.
Yeah?
It's hand-rolled.
Sure. That's what put the finger on Eberhard. What of it?
Just this, Lieutenant. When you open it, you see a slight smear of lipstick on the inside of the cigarette paper. This was rolled by a woman.
A woman?
You know, Mrs. Thorpe, a police chemist can always analyze this lipstick and prove it's yours.
Yes, but...
It won't do any good to lie, Mrs. Thorpe. So let's have it.
Looks like everybody gets to play in this game.
No, I'm not going to lie. I did plant that cigarette in Jonathan's ashtray. I knew about Eberhard and his cigarette.
And it didn't matter at all to you that you might be framing an innocent man?
But is he innocent? I knew he kept that appointment. I had to find a way to make him admit it, and I did.
Yes, you certainly did.
Can't you see I had to do it, Lieutenant? When everything looked so black for Mark, I put that cigarette in the ashtray and pointed it out to Mr. Valentine. I had to fight for our happiness. I had to.
Okay. Take it easy, Mrs. Thorpe. All right, Valentine, so she framed the evidence. But it still leaves Eberhard just where he was.
This is just like a movie, Mr. Valentine, but where do I fit in?
Oh, you play a very important part, Peggy.
Oh?
If Mr. Thorpe was so scrupulous about giving you a list of the visitors he expected, now why do you suppose my appointment for 11 o'clock wasn't there?
How would I know?
It was just a message left at your apartment, George. Somebody else could have made the appointment.
Ah, you're so right, Brooksy.
Come on, get to the point, will you, Valentine?
Here is the picture police photographers took of Thorpe's desk as soon as they arrived on scene. There are 5 cigarette stubs in the ashtray, see?
Yeah, that's right.
5 stubs, huh?
Mrs. Thorpe, you couldn't have planted another one at the time you said you did. That would have made it 6, and there were never more than 5. In fact, here it is right in the picture.
Gee, that's right, George.
It happened just the way I told you.
Oh, no. You left it when you stabbed your husband after Eberhard left.
No!
It was the added touch to make sure Eberhard was connected with the crime. Yes, and you made that appointment for me. You needed a witness to say that you shot Thorpe after he was already dead. Almost automatically eliminating you as a suspect.
Now, wait, Valentine.
The second time doesn't count, Mrs. Thorpe. But the first time calls for the works.
Golly, George. Jonathan Thorpe must be turning over in his grave.
Well, if he is, Angel, it's with an appropriate epigram.
Here in the paper, after the panny he gave a win from the prairie, all the publicity is making it a box office smash.
Ah, the little ironies of life. This case was full of them.
Huh? What do you mean, darling?
Well, Mrs. Thorpe, with all her well-laid plans, never dreamt Mark Guilford would blunder in that morning and make himself the #1 suspect.
Mm-hmm. And the cigarette she planted. Instead of clearing Mark, just placed the guilt on her.
One final bit of irony. The biggest slip she made was the most obvious, but one we overlooked at the time.
Oh, what was that?
Well, look, Angel, when you come in and send 3 bullets in the general direction of a man's back, you're bound to wonder whether he's still alive.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, Evelyn Thorpe didn't. Now, she went right into hysterics. You see, Brooksy, she already knew he was dead.
Some folks claim that one motor oil is just like another until a mechanic tells them they need a new set of piston rings. But folks who use RPM motor oil find piston ring troubles are few and far between. This premium quality motor oil is compounded to keep a cooling lubricant on upper cylinder walls at all times. Whether your car is standing cold for hours at a time or running hot, RPM clings to vertical engine parts left bare and exposed to wear by ordinary oils. And because RPM is always on the job, your chances of engine trouble caused by rust are reduced to about 0. That's mighty important when you remember that hidden rust causes as much as 80% of engine wear in the average car. No wonder RPM motor oil is the choice of Western motorists 2-to-1 over any other motor oil. For trouble-free operation and longer car life, get RPM tomorrow at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. Next week, when you tune our way for another adventure of George Valentine, you'll hear...
I am cornered, and this is a desperate plea. Could you be at my apartment tomorrow morning? It's signed Joyce Dunning.
Husband, wife, best friend. The time-worn triangle, Brooksy.
Yeah, but something new's been added, darling. The third member of the triangle doesn't usually get such consideration from the rival female in the case.
Yeah, but Brooksy, I wonder if Miss Dunning's reference to death could be a refined way of hinting at murder.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Ramsey Hill as Jonathan Thorpe, Virginia Gregg as Evelyn Thorpe, Betty Moran as Peggy, Peter Leeds as Mark Guilford, and Jeff Chandler as Eberhard. The music is composed and conducted by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
America's #1 refrigerator is Frigidaire. Yes, any way you look at it, America's #1 refrigerator is Frigidaire. #1 in popularity. For more Frigidaire refrigerators served in more American homes than any other make. #1 in thrilling new advantages, as you can see for yourself at any Frigidaire dealers. And #1 in dependability. For Frigidaire refrigerators are made only by General Motors. And this association of experience with experience, of skill with skill, is your guarantee of lasting satisfaction. So when it comes to a new refrigerator for your home, remember this. The first name you think of is the right one to buy. Frigidaire, America's #1 refrigerator.
Keep it tuned right here to HOJO Radio for more classic old-time radio.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice, danger is my stock and trade. If you're cornered and need confidential help, you've got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, I've loved a man now for many years, a hopeless love. Because, you see, I'm his wife's best friend. He says we must be together at all costs. And I know that would almost certainly mean her death. I couldn't build any kind of happiness on that. I have an answer, but I need your help to carry it out.
I need your help to carry it out. Could you be at my apartment tomorrow morning? Signed, Joyce Dunning.
Husband, wife, best friend. The time-worn triangle, Brooksy.
Yes, but something new's been added, darling.
Oh, you mean the oversensitive conscience?
Mm-hmm. The superfluous member of the triangle doesn't, as a rule, get such consideration, especially from the rival female in the case.
I wonder if Miss Dunning's reference to death could be a refined way of hinting at murder.
Oh, some women have been known to just turn their backs and let mayhem happen.
Oh, now you're being cynical, Angel.
No, dear. I've just spent a lot of time in powder room.
Oh. Well, anyway, our friend has her own answer, and I seem to fit into it. I hope that isn't a refined way of saying, welcome, sucker.
Yes, Mr. Valentine, you're in love with me.
But I am.
He is. It's obvious to everybody. Your every action must show it.
Oh, now, just a minute,
Oh,
Miss
don't
Dunning.
you see? It's the only way. I've got to make Lawrence despise me.
Miss Dunning, I'll admit Mr. Valentine has certain qualities that might arouse jealousy in other men.
Thank you.
But just why are you going to all this trouble?
As a stand-in Romeo and potential punching bag for your Lawrence, I'd like to know that, too.
Lawrence Putnam isn't an easy man to convince. That's why it must look like the real thing between you and me.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Did you say Putnam?
Oh, yes. I suppose you've heard of him.
Oh, yeah. Lawrence and Bernice Putnam, in deepest Africa, in fabulous Somaliland, in timeless Tibet.
Lawrence and Bernice Putnam, one of the ideally mated couples of our time, sharing adventure and romance side by side. But he loves me. And for years I've fought against my love for him. But it's there.
And, Bernice Putnam?
She doesn't know. And she mustn't know, ever.
Well, she doesn't sound like the kind of female who'd keel over when she found out her husband had fallen in love with another woman.
If she found out, it would mean her death.
What?
Yeah, you mentioned that in your letter, Miss Dunning. Now, what's it supposed to mean?
Bernice's heart. Dr. Llewellyn, the family physician, told Lawrence a few weeks ago just how bad it is.
I see.
Almost any kind of exertion or shock might mean... Anyway, you can imagine what would happen if Lawrence told her he wanted to be free to marry me.
Uh-huh. And you think that if you and I were seen going places and doing things, people would say we're in love. Especially Lawrence.
I am Bernice's best friend. And she needs Lawrence now, even more than I do. Dr. Llewellyn says that if she's to go on living, they've got to go away and settle down in some quiet place. You know, on a farm or a small town.
Well, not a very easy change for either one of them.
Bernice knows she has to do it, and she's positive Lawrence loves her enough to go along with her. If it's the last thing I do, I've got to make it work out that way.
Well, have you tried breaking off with Putnam? Women usually know how to imply.
I've tried everything. Lawrence just thinks I'm being noble about Bernice. That's why I've got to make him believe there's someone else.
Well, now look, this deal, Miss Dunning, it's way out of my line.
You can't turn me down, Mr. Valentine. It means her life.
Well,
You understand, don't you, Miss Brooks?
Yes, I believe I do. You're trying to do a pretty decent thing.
Okay, well, how do we work this?
Well, tonight, for instance.
Yeah?
Lawrence is meeting a circus man for dinner at the Croydon. He's selling some of the animals from his last expedition. He keeps them on his estate at Mount Webster.
And?
Lawrence doesn't think I know about the appointment. So if he saw us there, and we were playing our parts, it might help bring this thing to the head. Convince him that I'm only thinking of myself.
Okay, Miss Dunning, okay. But as I said before, this is something new for me, so I may need a little coaching. But I'll keep Tyrone Power in mind and do my best. Everybody else but Putnam seems to be noticing us.
When Lawrence gets on the subject of that menagerie he has on his estate, he doesn't notice anything around him.
Well, we're certainly playing the romantic couple to the hilt. Your tiny hand in mine, rapturous glances by candlelight. You know, all we need is a gypsy violinist at our table playing Zagonia.
I never thought anything could hurt so much.
Oh, I'm sorry, Joyce.
Dr. Llewellyn told Lawrence he has to get Bernice away in a matter of days. This has to work.
Hey, wait a minute.
What?
Don't look over, but I think he spotted us. Darling?
Oh, George. We should at least pretend we're interested in all this lovely food. What'll the waiter think?
Well, he's had a good look at you, hasn't he? Oh, I think he'll forgive me. You are beautiful tonight, Joyce.
Oh, if I hadn't told you just a few minutes ago how much I loved you, I'd say it again.
Why don't you, Joyce?
What? Well, Lawrence,
What does one say in a situation like this? What a coincidence, or fancy meeting you here?
Joyce, darling, I don't believe I've had the pleasure.
Lawrence, this is...
I was just having a most interesting discussion with Mr. Folsom, my guest, but, I just had to come over and pay my respects.
Well, I hardly expected to see you here. But, Lawrence, I did try to tell you before, in so many ways.
Great animal man, Folsom. We were talking about living in the jungle, which isn't too unlike civilization. For instance, when you're on a safari, you have to trust whoever is with you, blindly, without reservation.
Lawrence.
A betrayal of trust is the one thing you can't tolerate. Your well-being, your comfort and happiness, your very survival depends on that rather primitive law. So you do something about it.
Well, that's a rather grim conversation for such pleasant surroundings. Look, we'd like to ask you and your friend to join us, but, you understand.
Perfectly. Good night, Joyce.
Oh, but Lawrence,
Easy, Joyce, and hold that smile.
Yes. Yes, you're right.
Well, we put on a nice act, but I doubt if it's the old convincer. It's pretty obvious Putnam isn't letting it go at that.
Miss Brooks, I believe?
Why, yes, but Mr. Valentine isn't here.
I know. I made sure of that.
What?
I waited till I saw him leave the building.
Oh, I'm afraid I don't understand.
I'm Lawrence Putnam.
Oh, yes, of course. I should have recognized you from your picture.
Miss Brooks, How much is Joyce Dunning paying Valentine to help her stage this phony romance?
What are you talking about?
Please. I've taken the trouble to find out all about Valentine and this, unorthodox business he's in.
What?
Yes, and I've also learned that he's not just your boss. He means a great deal more to you than that.
I don't see where that's any of your business.
Everything about Valentine is my business now.
Oh, I'm sorry. George might have meant something to me once, but in the last few weeks all that's changed.
Oh?
I don't know where he met Miss Dunning, but I know he hasn't been the same man since. All he can think of is when he's going to see her next. Well, I don't care what he does now. I have my pride.
Maybe I had this thing lined up wrong at that. All right. You're interested in Valentine. I'm interested in Miss Dunning. Suppose we work together.
Oh, I'd be willing to do almost anything.
Good. Now, why don't you tell Valentine that I feel very bad about my rudeness at the Croydon last evening? I'd like him and Joyce to spend the weekend at our place on Mount Webster. And while I was here, I suggested that you come along, too.
Oh, but wouldn't that be rather awkward?
Well, why? After all, we don't live in the jungle. We're civilized people, and Mrs. Putnam and Joyce are very close friends.
And you and Mr. Valentine both having the same interests.
Yes, it should be a very pleasant weekend. Come Monday morning, we should all know just where we stand.
Bernice, are you sure it isn't too cold for you out here on the terrace?
Oh, now, Joyce, you stop pampering me. I have all I can do to put up with Lawrence and Dr. Llewellyn, the old tyrant.
Oh, that's hardly fair, Mrs. Putnam. After all, they aren't here to defend themselves.
Oh, Mrs. Putnam, the view from up here is breathtaking.
Yes, it is lovely. No matter what forsaken part of the world we might have been in, this was always home. Although some people refer to it as the Putnam Zoo. It's not easy for Lawrence to be giving it all up.
Oh? Then he has decided.
Yes. He's selling some of the animals to circuses and others to zoos. Then we'll just be two homebodies. Oh, but this couldn't possibly interest Mr. Valentine and Miss Brooks.
Oh, here comes Lawrence and Dr. Llewellyn.
Good.
Time for your nap, Bernice, and no wheedling out of it.
He's right, my dear.
Do you see what I mean by the thin line between thoughtfulness and tyranny? Come along, Bernice. I'll go with you. Now, Dr. Llewellyn has me billeted in Lawrence's study on the ground floor. I don't have to climb stairs. But whenever I wake up, it's so big, I feel as though I'm sleeping in the middle of a gymnasium.
I think I'll curl up with a good book while the gentlemen pay tribute to the animal kingdom.
Oh, yes, Lawrence. Mr. Valentine made the fatal remark. He'd like to look around. Give him the special $1 tour.
I'll do that, Bernice. I think you might learn a lot from this little tour, Valentine. Come along. This way.
Okay.
I could never understand anybody living in the middle of a zoological garden. Not only the infernal noise, but, the odors.
Say, in that cage, what are those birds?
Parakeets, Valentine. Probably the most beautiful ever brought into this country.
Oh, this is nothing. On the other side of the hill, he actually has cheetahs, jaguars, and crocodiles.
You don't say.
Oh, here's something for you to see, Valentine.
What's that?
Here in this big cage, a bird that very few people know anything about.
Wow. He's an ugly character. Looks like a buzzard or a vulture.
Yes. The condor. The killer bird of the Andes. Oh, Juan!
Si, senor.
Open the cage, Juan.
Tomorrow, maybe, senor. Tonight he has very bad temper.
He looks harmless enough.
Well, don't let appearances fool you. Those wings can spread more than 10 feet. The talons are larger than your hand. You know, I've seen how condors lie in wait for a pack train or a herd of cattle. They single one victim out, blind it with their claws, and go at it even before it's dead. Yes, they can eat 18 pounds of meat in one day.
Good heavens. The facts you don't learn in a movie travelogue, huh?
Let me have that machete, Juan. Now, this is the only thing as sharp as his talons, Valentine. I made him learn to respect it.
You must not go in tonight, Senor Putnam.
Look here, Lawrence. I thought you were going to sell all these things and give up all this nonsense,
Llewellyn, I'm not the invalid.
Oh, yes, but...
Perhaps you'd like to join me, Valentine. It'll be an experience.
Oh, yeah, sure, I bet. But, frankly, I could live without it.
Oh, it'll be quite safe. Now, this condor hates me, but that's only because he fears me. You'll be safe, unless, of course, your taste runs to parakeets or canaries.
Okay, Putnam, I'll play along. As long as you say it's safe.
Well, I'll stay here, but really, Lawrence, you shouldn't mess around.
Look at that condor, Valentine. Isn't it a beauty? He's beginning to spread his wings. You're up to something, aren't you, you beady-eyed monster? Watch him. He's coming at me.
He is like the devil. He's coming at me.
Lawrence,
Hey, Putnam, don't stand there.
Putnam, wait! Get away from me! All right, get back. Get back. That's enough. I'd kill you if you weren't worth so much.
Hurry, senores. Come out, quick.
Are you all right, Lawrence?
Yeah, he's all right. And I'm all right, too. Well, you were correct, Putnam. That was an experience.
You know, a condor is a strange creature, Valentine. This is his cage, and he resents it when somebody threatens what he's claimed for his own.
That was pretty obvious.
And he doesn't know what it means to fight clean. You can understand that, can't you?
Yes, Putnam, I can. And don't you worry. I'm not going to forget it.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, a word about a summer motoring precaution. If you're planning a trip, better get those worn tires inspected tomorrow at an independent Chevron gas station or a standard station. That's where you'll find your best value, Atlas tires, famous for giving more mileage and safer mileage. Besides having more rubber to grip the road and a road-tested design for safer stops, Atlas tires give you greater riding comfort, too. And each new Atlas passenger tire is backed by a written warranty. For a whole year, this warranty covers damage to the tire from ordinary road hazards and guarantees the materials and workmanship for the life of the tire. Best of all, your Atlas tire warranty is honored by 38,000 dealers, coast to coast and in Canada. For safer, better driving, go on Atlas tires. And for expert tire care, rely on standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. And if you were in George's place, here's the situation you'd be facing. A lady asks you to help break off a hopeless love between her and the husband of her best friend. Pretty corny, you say. But then she explains that the wife has a heart condition. The shock would most certainly kill her. So you pretend to be the man who supplanted the husband in your client's affections. But then there's a thinly veiled threat from the husband. He won't hesitate to kill you if you stand in his way. Still, being as stubborn a character as George Valentine, you play along even though you can't help asking certain questions, such as...
Hey, Putnam, isn't this a lot of trouble to climb all the way to the summer house just for a cup of tea?
Oh, it'll be worth it, Valentine. From the upper terrace, you can look down and see all the trophies of a lifetime. Birds and animals you've risked your life to find in every corner of the world.
Oh, take it easy, Lawrence. It's a steep climb and there's not that much of a hurry.
Dr. Llewellyn, This has been my whole life. This one last look before I give it all up means a great deal to me. Are you all right, Bernice?
Yes, dear, fine. Joyce and Miss Brooks said they'd have tea all ready when we get there.
And Joyce promises a special surprise. Wonder what it could be.
What's the matter with you people? Tea's getting cold.
Yeah, we're coming, Brooksy.
We set the table up right out here on the porch. Oh, it's beautiful, Joyce. And all these flowers. Why, this must be an occasion. It is. Please, Miss Brooks, will you help me serve?
Of course.
I feel like a romantic schoolgirl. But I know you've already guessed, Bernice. And the rest of you will find out anyway.
Yes, Joyce?
I'll never know how it really happened. Just what is it that makes two people suddenly realize they're in love, George?
Oh, I suppose you just call it the sweet mystery of life or something like that.
What I'm trying to say, everybody, is that George and I are engaged to be married. Lawrence.
Just not used to such world-shaking announcements. Sorry.
Let me be the first to congratulate you both.
Well, thank you, Brooksy. I know how much you mean it.
My best wishes, of course.
Well, isn't it wonderful, Lawrence? Just the thing we've always wanted for Joyce.
Yes.
Lawrence, where are you going? What's the matter? Lawrence! Lawrence, you shouldn't have left us like that. Bernice couldn't understand the way you acted. She's back at the house with Dr. Llewellyn.
And you find me in the snake house, Joyce. Very appropriate. It seems I have a morbid fascination for things that crawl and are likely to strike without warning.
Lawrence, don't.
Look, Putnam, let's stop kidding each other. I know how you feel about Joyce. She told me.
Really?
But we love each other. That's the way it turned out. And there's nothing that can be done about it.
That's right, Mr. Putnam. I'm a sort of casualty in this little drama, too.
Please try to understand, Lawrence.
Of course, dear. As long as I'm sure it's the real thing between you and Valentine, I'm sorry.
Well, let's forget about it, huh?
Oh, sure. But now you must really allow me to play the gracious host.
What do you mean, Mr. Putnam?
I'm going to show you my rarest prize.
I think you ought to go and talk to Bernice.
Bernice would want you to see it. The king cobra. We trapped it together in the Nepal just last year.
Oh, how nice.
The pale killer. That's what the natives called it. The color almost white. The only time you could hope to capture it was at night, when there was no moon. He's over here in this cage. Come over and take a look at him. You'll never get another chance. They're coming for him the first thing in the morning.
You know, George, I could skip this.
Well, he's playing some kind of a game, Brooksy. I've got to find out what it is.
Lawrence, you've showed me that cobra before. You can tell the others about it. Why do we have to look at it tonight?
Because it's the best time, my dear. Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
Why, he's not in there. Or is he?
Hey, Putnam, close that door.
Oh, he's not in there. Juan! Where are you? Oh, if he let them take him away tonight before I had a chance to see him,
Well, we'll just have to go through life without seeing the pale killer. It's tough, but we'll have to bear up under it. Let's get back to the house, George.
Yes, I'm worried about Bernice.
Let's go.
George!
What is it?
There! He's out of the cage, the cobra.
Huh?
He's coming toward us!
Brooksy, out of the way. Run for the door. Do as I say, Brooksy.
He's coming toward me.
Now, get back, Joyce. He's raising up to strike.
Oh, be careful.
Look, stand behind me. I'll try to hold him off at this rate.
It's a snap lock. I can't open the door. George, he struck your leg.
I've got him pinned down.
But he bit you. I saw him. George!
Keep pounding on that door, Brooksy. Somebody's got to hear us. Get us out of here.
It's about time you showed up, Lawrence. This man might die.
Don't just stand there like that.
Lawrence, you certainly must have an antidote for something like this.
But there's really no need for all this excitement.
Glad you think so.
Well, but how can you talk like that? Can't you see?
What are you saying?
I thought I mentioned it, Miss Brooks. We had the poison sacs of that cobra removed.
Oh.
He'd be much too deadly to have around otherwise.
Well, I guess you could stop pampering me now and I can get up.
Yes, I'm sorry about this, Valentine. I could have sworn the cage was empty. That cobra must have been coiled up in a dark corner.
Uh-huh.
I heard all the commotion in the snake house. When I looked in, I saw you, Valentine, get Miss Brooks out of danger and then go to Joyce's rescue.
You saw all that?
But why didn't you do something?
Yes, Lawrence.
As I said, I thought I told you the snake was harmless. I did open the door as quickly as I could.
Yeah,
Oh,
thanks.
you could have saved us all a lot of worry if you weren't more concerned about getting that cobra back in his cage.
Well, it's all over now, Doctor, and the best thing for all of us would be to turn in. Oh, yes, Doctor.
Mm-hmm.
On the way to my room, shall I stop in and give Bernice those pills for her heart?
I've done that, Lawrence. She's probably fast asleep.
Oh, it's a good thing, too, considering all this excitement.
Mr. Putnam, I suppose this little incident should make a chapter in the next book you write.
Well, you may have something there, Valentine. It was quite an experience. The kind of experience we learn a lot from, whether we realize it or not.
Okay, Brooksy, when I'm through with my cigarette, we'll get back to the house. It's getting late.
George, I'm afraid.
Oh, no, Angel.
Well, he's such a strange man. Can't tell what he might be up to next.
Well, one thing you can be sure of, he doesn't believe that gag about me and Joyce anymore. No, he planned that little job in the snake house, and it worked.
Oh, I can't explain how I felt, George, when I Saw that the only thing you could think of at that moment was me.
Putnam saw what he wanted to see, all right. That I wasn't thinking of the woman I was supposed to marry, but of you.
Mm-hmm. Well, now that he knows, it doesn't seem much use to go on with this farce.
And I'm wondering about something else.
What, darling?
Now that Putnam knows that Joyce went to all this trouble of hiring me because she loves him so much, what is he going to do about Bernice? Is he still going to give up Joyce and all the excitement in his life for a quiet place in the country?
And Bernice is so sure he loves her enough to do anything for her.
Yeah, no. I don't know. Maybe my brains are parted the wrong way, Brooksy, but I keep feeling that there's something even screwier about this deal. I mean, even more cockeyed than anything that's happened to us today.
Oh, it's just the feeling you get around this place. But maybe it was worth it.
Huh? What do you mean?
Oh, look, you big dope. What makes it so hard for you to say you love me? It's much easier than pushing me out of the way of cobras.
Oh, Angel, there are things you don't have to put into words. Now, you know.
Well, that's coming from the house. It's Bernice.
Oh, and I don't know how he got loose. But that's the condor.
Lawrence, don't go so near him. Watch your eyes.
I thought I taught you to fear me. Bernice, get into the closet. So you finally found a way to escape.
Lawrence, look out. Don't try to fight him.
And your hate even led you right to my room, didn't it? Putnam, don't be a fool. You can't fight this thing off with a chair. Stay out of my way, Valentine. I've listened to you enough today. This is the only way to handle a killer like this.
Oh, is he?
Yeah. Now we know what a dead condor looks like.
Oh, God.
Look, go on over and take care of Bernice.
Yes, George. I'll get Dr. Llewellyn the shot.
What in heaven's name is...
Yes, what's happened?
Fortunately, nothing, Joyce. That bird never had the chance to touch him.
Dr. Llewellyn, George, Lawrence, on the floor like
Huh?
that. Oh, Lawrence, oh, my God.
But I told you the bird never got to him.
Bernice, Lawrence is dead.
What's that?
Oh, no. He was trying to save me. But how, Dr. Llewellyn? Why?
I guess all our deception didn't work, Bernice.
Deception?
What do you mean, Doctor?
We knew Lawrence would never give up the kind of life he wanted and needed, not for himself. He would do it for Bernice.
Dr. Llewellyn.
Yes, you see, it was Lawrence whose heart was so bad.
But, George, you and I know that what happened was no accident. Putnam wasn't there in that room to save Bernice.
That's right, Brooksy. Yeah, he was hoping the shock of waking up in a room with a condor would be enough to finish off his wife. And then he'd be free to marry Joyce.
And with no murder charge to worry about.
Still, Angel, our record of this case is going to agree exactly with Dr. Llewellyn's. Heart failure.
Well, I guess you're right. It'd be too cruel to tell Bernice or Joyce the real truth.
Hey, now I know what that feeling was I had when we were walking back toward the house. Dr. Llewellyn always worried about Putnam overexerting himself, like in the condor cage.
That's right, of course.
For the sake of appearances, Dr. Llewellyn had Bernice take the room downstairs so she wouldn't have to traipse up and down. But he didn't have anything to say when she climbed all the way up that steep hill for our engagement party.
Well, if he was setting a trap for an animal in the jungle, he couldn't have done better than what he had in mind for his wife.
Yeah. I suppose there's a certain poetic justice, Angel. The perfect trap caught the perfect hunter.
Maybe you've run into the kind of motorist who always says, grease is grease, and it doesn't matter where you take your car for lubrication service. Well, don't you believe him. At independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations, they use many specialized grades of RPM greases and oils to give your car a thorough lubrication. And each one is tailor-made to do a wear-saving job at some vital wear point on your car. The regular 1,000-mile grease job at these stations is done by trained experts. They follow a lube chart approved by the manufacturer of your car, and they take pride in doing a spick-and-span clean job for you. Next time your car is due for lubrication service, rely on the standard station or the independent Chevron gas station, where they say and mean we'll take better care of your car. Next week, when you tune our way for another adventure of George Valentine, you'll hear George saying...
Take another look down the highway, Brooksy. What do you see?
A pretty highway.
Yeah.
One lane going east, the other going west.
Uh-huh.
And an island of trees in the middle.
Yeah. Joe Logan left this place and started to walk down the highway on the right-hand side, walking toward the Half Moon Motel, not away from it.
Well, if you're right, George, Logan never even got there to kill Potter.
Which should simplify things for us, but it doesn't. I've got a hunch whoever killed Potter ran Logan down. And, Brooksy, that's what we've got to find out.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Gene Bates as Joyce Dunning, Ted Van Eltz as Lawrence Putnam, Dorothy Lovett as Bernice Putnam, Herbert Rawlinson as Dr. Llewellyn, and Don Diamond as Juan. The music is composed and conducted by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Avoid 5 o'clock shadow. Use gem blades. Use gem blades.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. Danger is my stock and trade. If it's so far over your head you can't even reach it with a sky hook, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Valentine, here's a laugh. A private dick falling for that screwy ad of yours. Her name is Joe Logan. We ran across each other a couple of times, but that's not important. Here's the deal. I'm meeting somebody at the Half Moon Motel tonight. I'm not the sensitive type, but something about this ring's phony. So if you read about me in the obituary column tomorrow, I want you to cry murder, good and loud. Encloses $100.
$100 for your trouble. But if you hear my sweet gravel voice over the phone before noon tomorrow, forget the whole thing and buy yourself a drink. Signed, Joe Logan.
I'm not buying that, Angel. It's too pat. Joe Logan knocked off by a hit-and-run driver last night of all nights.
Yeah, but don't forget it says here that Mr. Logan had his customary snootful when he was clipped by that car on a deserted stretch of Whitman Highway.
And not too far away from the Half Moon Motel. Better put your ear stoppers in, Brooksy.
Huh?
Yeah. I'm going to cry bloody murder the way my client wanted it. Good and loud.
Look, Valentine, I don't want to be antisocial, but the only thing I've got eyes for this morning is a report just sent in. Frank Potter, prominent banker and philanthropist, was murdered.
How about one Joseph Logan? I think he was murdered, too.
You think, but this I know. Frank Potter was murdered, and he happened to be a close friend of the police commissioner.
Oh.
Yes, sir, and the commissioner doesn't like his friends being bumped off unless I can produce the miscreant 5 minutes later. So call me tomorrow.
Oh, that's a fine attitude, Lieutenant. The only safe way to get murdered in this town is to be a friend of the commissioner's.
Oh, now look, Miss Brooks, why don't we talk this over on my day off when I can afford to be a gentleman, huh?
Oh.
Right now, I want... now what? Yes, Riley. Huh? Okay, I'm on my way out there now. What's that? What's the name of that place? Go on, I'm listening. And you say this Mrs. Cronin identified the man she saw with Potter? Okay, Sergeant. Okay, I'm as good as there right now.
Well, Brooksy, I guess they're too busy for us today.
Yeah.
Here, we'll be back, Lieutenant, when this storm is over.
No, you don't, Valentine. You're not leaving here.
Well, what's the matter with you anyway?
Do you know where Frank Potter was murdered?
Look, I'm not my usual psychic self this morning. Where?
The Half Moon Motel.
George!
Go on, Lieutenant.
Yes, the Half Moon Motel. And a dame out there, a Mrs. Cronin, identified your client, Joe Logan, as the man who did the killing.
I'm surprised, Mr. Valentine. The police didn't get around to me yet.
Any time now, Maggie. They know that in a racket like Logan's, the secretary knows more about her boss than anybody else in the world.
Maggie, don't you have any idea what Mr. Logan might have been afraid of last night?
I just know that Joe's death was no accident. I didn't even know he wrote that note.
Not that it matters to Logan now, but that letter to me puts him right there in the Half Moon Motel with Potter.
Why does it? Joe had other clients. Whenever he didn't want to meet somebody here at the office, he'd call up the Half Moon Motel. I know the police would love to pin this on Joe, but I'm not going to let them out.
Oh, cut it, Maggie. Let me have that.
What?
Yeah, that page from the appointment pad. You're too nervous for any sleight of hand today. 8 o'clock. Frank Potter. Half Moon.
Oh, so you knew he was going to meet Mr. Potter, didn't you?
All right, I did. But Joe didn't kill anybody.
All right, maybe I believe it. But that's not good enough, Maggie. I got to make sure. Now, what about the deal your boss had with Potter?
I don't know anything about it.
Oh, you don't, huh? Okay, come on, Brooksy. We're wasting our time.
Wait.
You want to play this hand face up with me?
It's the truth. I don't know what Potter wanted with Joe.
Or perhaps what Joe wanted with Potter?
Whichever way it was, but they did have a quarrel right here in the office yesterday morning.
That just makes the case stronger against Logan.
I couldn't hear what they were fighting about. Finally, Potter slammed out of here in a rage.
I see. Just one more point, and let's face it. The medical examiner reported that Joe was a little more than slightly crocked when that car sideswiped him.
Joe never drank so much he didn't know what he was doing.
Just the same, how about a list of his favorite bars? It might help if I knew where he was before he went to meet Potter.
Joe's favorite bars? How do you want them, from A to Z?
Oh, George, can't you see she's all upset?
Could have been Johnny's place near City Hall, or Chris's on West Laredo Street, or it could have been...
Mort's Paddock Bar on Whitman Highway?
What's that, Brooksy?
Look at this book of matches in the ashtray. Mort's Paddock Bar, where good sports meet.
Yes, that's another place Joe used to like to sit and talk to Mort.
Whitman Highway. That's on the way to that motel.
And Mr. Logan was run down on Whitman Highway.
Yeah. See you later, Maggie.
Well, Mr. Valentine, should I be forthright?
Oh, by all means, Mort.
If it was anybody else, Mr. Logan, I would have said he was well under the influence when he left my place last night.
But seeing it was Mr. Logan, what would you say?
Well, you see, he's one of those good-looking, strapping men who, well, just get convivial, so to speak.
Well, that's a nice way of putting it, Mort.
You know something, miss? Mr. Logan's going to leave an empty place at my bar. You know, he was a swell talker. I picked up a lot of new words from him. Yes, I guess you'd say Mr. Logan was epigrammatic when it came to repartee. The poor fella.
Yeah, I see what you're trying to say. But tell me, Mort, what time did he leave here last night?
Oh, about 8, I'd say.
Before or after 8?
Well, couldn't be sure, but he did say he was leaving his car in my parking lot till he got back.
Well, didn't he say where he was going?
No, miss, but it must have been near here because he said he was going to walk it. Ironical, isn't it? Just this time, when he decides not to use his car, he meets up with a pedestrian's fate.
Not just ironical, Mort. It's more than that.
Yeah, now you see right out that window? Down the highway a couple of 100 feet? That's where it all happened, on the right-hand side there. Just by that first telephone pole. The poor fella.
Okay, thanks a lot, Mort. You've been a great help.
I'm afraid I didn't have very much to say.
But you did, believe me.
Well, dropping again. Always like to talk to people.
Well, darling, do I ask questions, or are you going to let me in on the brainstorm?
Take another look down the highway, Brooksy. What do you see?
A pretty highway. Credit to the state. One lane going east, the other going west. An island of trees in the middle. Yourself. I see what you mean.
Yeah. Joe Logan left the Paddock Bar and started to walk down the highway on the right-hand side, walking toward the Half Moon Motel, not away from it.
Well, if you're right, George, Logan never even got there to kill Potter.
Which should simplify things for us, but doesn't. I've got a hunch whoever killed Potter ran Logan down.
Yeah. Well, what next?
Well, I understand there's a Mrs. Potter. Have a talk with her, Brooksy, huh? See if she knows what business her husband had with Logan.
Okay, where'll I meet you?
Back at the office. In the meantime, I'm going to scrape up an acquaintance with this Mrs. Cronin, who swears she saw Logan at the Half Moon Motel.
Look, Bob, since you ain't a dick, beat it. I got business with Mrs. Cronin.
So have I, goon boy.
I said beat it.
Now, boys, remember, I do have neighbors.
You leave this to me, Sheila.
Are you getting out of this doorway, or do I have to step over you?
Look, you do as I told you.
So I step over you.
You know how to make an impressive entrance, don't you?
I don't think I'm forgetting this, mister.
If you do, I'll be glad to refresh your memory.
Oh, you shouldn't have done that to Charlie.
Huh?
After all, he's just a bookie trying to squeeze out a living.
Well, from all these racing forms around, you seem to be one of his best customers.
And I owe him $3,000 just for yesterday. And Charlie's getting a little impatient. You don't have $3,000 on you, have you?
Just a few pennies shy. Now, Mrs. Cronin.
If you were to call me Sheila, what would I have to call you?
Well, that depends on your vocabulary. After I called you a liar.
I liked you the moment you came in. Can I get you a drink?
You didn't see Joe Logan here last night, did you?
Strange how it happened. I just looked out the window, and there he was in that cabin across the court.
How come you knew Logan at all? What did you ever have to do with him?
I needed a private detective once. Someone told me about Joe.
What kind of a deal was it?
Strictly confidential. Had nothing to do with this. The police let it go at that. Why don't you relax?
You're still lying, Sheila.
Whatever you say, George.
No one who could afford to lose $3,000 a day would jungle up in a cheap motel like this.
Oh, you're so understanding, dear. But why don't you forget it?
It'd be easier if I knew how come you were here so conveniently to identify Logan.
That was just an accident. I'm supposed to be with a girlfriend in Seattle. That's what my husband thinks.
Oh?
I gamble too much. Just like other people do other things too much. Once in a while, I take a room like this and splurge. Bet on anything. Bet all the time. The bigger the odds against me, the better. It's in my blood. It's like a disease.
Must be an expensive disease.
Oh, poor darling. I talk too much, don't I? I want you to make me forget that I never win. I bet you can do that. What odds do you want?
That's very nice, Sheila. But not good enough.
What better odds do you want, you?
Oh, thanks. Now that you've cleared the air, we can get back to business.
Oh, George, I'm so sorry. Did I hurt you?
What time did you tell Lieutenant Riley that you saw Logan?
8 o'clock.
How come you're so sure?
Well, Charlie just phoned to give me the result of the last dog race in Miami. I happen to notice the time. You're not still angry with me?
You want to bet?
You're not leaving?
Sorry, Sheila. I expect to be a very busy boy.
Oh, George.
First a phony accident, then a number. A murder. And now you.
Yes?
You going all out to make me stop wondering if you frame Logan. And somehow I think it all ties together. Now all I got to do is prove it.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, a word about a very important matter of motoring. If your car's battery has been acting like a mule, temperamental and balky, here's an easy way to cure it. Have your battery serviced at a standard station or independent Chevron gas station. They'll inspect the water level, cables, terminal clamps, and test the battery's condition. And they'll be frank. If it just needs a charge, they'll tell you. If your battery's really on its last legs, they'll explain how a new Atlas battery can save you money. Every Atlas battery has its certified power capacity stamped on the case where you can read it. And you'll find these capacities meet or exceed standards set by the Society of Automotive Engineers. The longer-lasting starting power of Atlas batteries, by the way, is backed by a written warranty honored everywhere by 38,000 Atlas dealers. Independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations are glad to service your battery, proud to offer you an Atlas battery when you need one. That's why they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. A private detective, of all people, mails you $100 and tells you to cry murder if he's among the missing tomorrow morning. Sure enough, the gentleman, one Joe Logan, is run down by a car during the night. Then a prominent banker is found dead in a cheap motel. And an incredible blonde who prides herself on betting on anything puts the finger on your dead client as the murderer. All of which makes you decide to ask Joe Logan's secretary a few more important questions.
Come on, Maggie, think. What truck did Logan have with Sheila Cronin?
It was just a routine case, Mr. Valentine. It was more than a year ago.
Nothing involving that hot tip addict could be routine. She's too far out of this world. Now let's have the facts. Well?
I suppose he did go out with her a couple of times. She kept after him.
Was it serious enough to make Sheila feel she was the woman scorned? Make her want to frame Logan?
Joe could never be serious about any woman. There were too many of them.
All right, so he was a Casanova. What about the case?
The insurance company hired Joe to investigate Mrs. Cronin when some of her jewels were stolen. Everything proved to be on the up and up. Joe was only on the case a couple of days.
That doesn't give me much. That hot-eyed blonde is the key to this fancy frame-up. But why? That's what I got to find out.
You wanted to know about Mrs. Potter.
Yeah?
Joe never had her for a client. I even looked through all his personal papers.
Which also gets us nowhere. Unless Brooksy comes up with something on Mrs. Potter.
Miss Brooks, can't you see I'm dressing to go out?
Oh, I just thought, Mrs. Potter, that since your husband had some dealings with Joe Logan, you might know something about him.
I told you. I never heard of Joe Logan. Anyway, what right have you to question me like this?
I just thought you might be interested. If it might help solve Mr. Potter's murder.
I'm sure the police are doing all they can about it.
Well, you might make it easier for them if you told them all you know about Logan.
What makes you so sure I know this?
Whoa.
This Joe Logan.
He was killed, you know.
Well, that's just too bad. But he's not the first man to be knocked down by a hit-and-run driver. Now, get out.
Oh, then you did know Joe Logan.
What?
Well, that's pretty obvious. There were only a few lines in the paper about his hit-and-run accident. Not the sort of thing you'd remember about a stranger.
You know, Miss Brooks, I should have obeyed my first impulse and had the butler throw you out. All right. I hired Joe Logan once.
Why didn't you tell that to the police when they questioned you?
It has no bearing on this case. Does that satisfy you, Miss Brooks?
Oh, not quite, but it's a good beginning. Well, I won't keep you any longer. I know you're anxious to get out and celebrate.
What did you say? Get out of here. Go on, get out.
Good work, Angel. I don't know what it means, but Mrs. Potter must have a good reason for denying that she knew Logan.
Well, it's hard to know what she's thinking. Vivian's a cold dish with a memorized smile.
Our friend Logan seems to have gone in for females who insist on being characters. Anyway, why can't we find any record of this deal with Mrs. Potter?
Maybe it's something you just don't put down on paper, huh?
Could be, Brooksy. Well, all we know up till now is that Potter and Logan had a quarrel.
Yeah,
and
that's
both
right.
Sheila and Vivian were Logan's clients at one time or another. Oh, make something out of that if we can.
Okay, Valentine. You said you want to see me?
Well, Charlie, you're a good sport. I didn't think you'd show.
The information you asked for over the phone, Valentine, I got it.
Swell.
But how does it get me the $3,000 Sheila Cronin owes me?
Look, Charlie, I'm not guaranteeing anything. But you'll stand a better chance of collecting if you play along with me.
Well, I don't
Business is business, Charlie.
know. Okay. I don't know why it's so important, but it was 9 o'clock when I called Sheila about the last dog race in Miami.
Sure it wasn't 8?
Couldn't be. Races ain't over till almost 9.
Now we know Sheila was lying.
Yeah, but why? And what answers have we got if she just says I made a mistake?
Yeah, now look, chum, about the $3,000.
Talk to you later, Charlie. Right now I got to get over to that paddock bar and see what use I can make of Mort Fish's garrulity.
There's what?
Don't look shocked, Charlie. That just means love of conversation.
Well, it's sure good to see you, Mr. Valentine. You know, I was hoping you'd drop in. How are you, miss?
Hi, Mort.
Say, look, you like to talk, Mort. I thought if we sort of sat around a while, you might remember something Logan said last night that could help us.
Why didn't you tell me this morning that the police think Mr. Logan bumped off this Potter guy? Then, ironically like, mean up with an accident.
Oh, you found out, huh?
Oh, sure. Why, it's in the evening papers, miss. and piling irony on irony.
Yeah?
Look what happens to here, right here in my own bar tonight. Did you ever see anything so, fortuitous, you know? Well, look, you know who's sitting down there in the number one booth all by herself?
No, who, Mort?
Why, it's Porter's young wife. She's drowning her sorrows with champagne cocktails. Except she doesn't look too unhappy, if you ask me.
Then you know Mrs. Potter.
That's more of the irony, miss. She used to come in here with Mr. Logan.
Oh, hey, now we're getting somewhere.
But that's not all. 2 minutes after she comes in, that good-looking blonde from the Half Moon shows up. You know, the one who identified Mr. Logan, recognized her from the pictures in the paper.
You run a popular bar here, Mort.
Oh, just thanks. But it's mostly, of course, the location. Last bar on the highway for the next 5 miles.
Don't be so modest, Mort. Say, would you mind keeping Miss Brooks entertained?
Hey, but wait, I have got something else to tell you.
I'll be right back, Mort. Hello, Sheila.
Well, look at you. Sit down, George. I was just getting lonely.
No, thanks. What I've got to say won't take that long. Besides, I got to make another stop.
Do you want to bet I can make it more interesting?
Why did you lie about Logan? You never saw him at the Half Moon Motel. He never reached there.
I like my story better.
The dog races aren't over in Florida till 9.
So I made a mistake.
Why did you lie? Did somebody make you do it?
I'm getting fed up with this place. Let's go somewhere else, George.
Or did you frame Logan because he had something on you? Was that jewelry holdup a fake with Logan playing both ends against the middle?
What are you talking about?
I mean, get the insurance money and sell your jewels. So you could pay off characters like Charlie the Bookie.
You know something? I'm betting you could never prove that, dear. Hey, where are you going?
Oh, Miss Valentine.
Tell me, Mrs. Potter, what kind of a job did you hire Logan to do for you?
I made one slip today with your secretary. That's par for the course.
Your husband was some 30 years older than you. You stood a lot to gain by his death.
Go on, you're doing the talking.
If Logan had anything to do with it, you'd want him out of the way, too, wouldn't you?
Sorry, Mr. Valentine, but you bore me. Good night.
Well, what'd you find out, George?
Tell you later, Brooksy.
You didn't let me finish before, Mr. Valentine.
What's that, Mort?
You know, talking about quirks of fate, last night about a half hour before he left, I was right here at the bar, with Mr. Logan.
So you said.
And who should come in for the short quick one, but Mr. Potter. Now, I know it was him from his pictures.
Did you hear what they talked about?
Oh, they didn't so much as converse. I don't think Mr. Logan even knew the guy.
Oh, you must be wrong, Mort.
Oh, you could be very right, which is something I want to talk to Riley about. And let's see if we can nail him before he leaves the Half Moon Motel.
Why didn't we take the car, George?
Well, it's just a short walk, Angel.
Yeah.
Anyway, I have to have time to think. Try and make some sense out of this thing. So it doesn't sound too fantastic to Lieutenant Riley.
Better keep to the side of the road, darling.
Yeah. Brooksy, when we get to the motel, call Maggie at home.
Yes, George?
Tell her to meet us at Logan's office. There's just one thing I want to clear up. Then I think we'll have this thing licked.
George, look out that car!
Get on the track! Hey, you all right, Angel?
Oh, so this is what gravel tastes like.
And that car was trying to run us down. The same thing that happened to Logan.
Yeah, and almost in the same place.
A baby blue convertible, a big one.
Say, I noticed that before. Parked on the lot next to the paddock bar.
And that's where we're going right now. Tell me something, Mort.
Yeah, Mr. Valentine?
In the short time I was away, did you notice whether Mrs. Potter or Mrs. Cronin left your place?
Can't say with any exactitude, Mr. Valentine.
Oh.
But it seems I do remember both ladies being up and moving around. Of course, we're crowding up now, and...
All set, George. Lieutenant Riley's going to stop by here and pick up the two, ladies. And I left that message for Maggie to be over at Logan's office. And that baby blue convertible of Mrs. Potter's is still in the parking lot.
Good, good. Now, if we don't find out what really happened, we never will.
Okay, Valentine, what's your story? The one we got says Logan killed Potter, and the commissioner likes that version, too.
Just a minute, Lieutenant. Oh, Brooksy. Call into the outer office and see if Maggie's ready to take all this down.
Okay, George. So you think this is a photo finish between me and Mrs. Potter. Is that it, George, dear?
Lieutenant Riley, I've answered this man's questions all day. Do I have to go through this now?
If you don't mind, Mrs. Potter, yes.
You ready, Maggie?
Yes, Miss Brooks.
Okay, go ahead, George.
Okay, Riley, here's the way I see it. Joe Logan makes a deal with a woman who always needs money because she bets too much. Cooks up a deal with her to cheat the insurance company, then blackmails her.
But I didn't kill him.
Logan also talks to a pretty young matron, much younger than her husband.
So you think I'm pretty? Thank you, Mr. Valentine.
She wants Logan to help her get rid of her husband without involving her, and so she can still get a big chunk of his money.
I discussed that with Logan. That's as far as it went.
Keep going, Valentine.
Well, a wonderful plan is born, Lieutenant. Somebody makes an appointment for Logan to meet Potter at the Half Moon Motel. When Potter arrives, he's murdered. Then Logan is deliberately run down on the road. And you know, Lieutenant, dead men tell no tales.
Yes, that much we know.
Yes, do get to the point, George.
Then enters what Mort would call the ironical touch. We're told that Logan and Potter had a violent quarrel the very day of the murder. Who should know better than the secretary who overheard it? Is that right, Maggie?
That's right, Mr. Valentine.
Then Mr. Potter does a very human thing. On the way to his appointment, which he knows he has to do with his wife, he stops in for a quick drink at Mort's bar.
He stands almost next to Logan, but they don't say a word to each other. Because they've never met before.
Look, you gotta make more sense than this, Valentine, because I don't get it.
Oh, you'll get this, Lieutenant. Why were we told there was a quarrel? Because that would supply the motive for Logan to kill Potter. And who'd know enough about Sheila to force her to place Logan at the motel when he wasn't there at all?
A lot of questions, Mr. Valentine. How about some answers?
Coming to that, Mrs. Potter, coming to that. But just one final question. If Logan were proved as your husband's murderer, who would be in the position to hold you up for the rest of your life?
What?
Someone who had the proof that you were dickering with Logan. Maybe you weren't talking murder, but it might sound like it. Getting all this down, Maggie? You got that proof, haven't you? That's why you committed 2 murders.
Maggie!
What? Didn't you, Maggie?
Yes, you've got your facts all straight, Mr. Valentine. They make a wonderful confession. I may as well sign it now.
Here's one more proof, Mr. Valentine, about life being ironical.
What's that, Mort?
Oh, George, I don't know if I can stand much more irony in one case.
Well, just after you left, after you asked me about Mrs. Potter and Mrs. Cronin, I checked with the waiters.
And?
They said neither one of the ladies left the place at all. And there you were, suspecting the both of them.
Well, that's all cleared up now.
Yeah, there was another lady who borrowed Mrs. Potter's car, Mort. She tried to run us down. We were getting a little too close to the truth for her comfort.
Hey, you know, folks, we've been through a whole lot together. Say, how about dinner tonight with me, on the house?
Hey, how about that, Brooksy?
Oh, I think that would be perfectly ironical.
Good. Maybe we can stir up some exciting conversation. It gets awfully dull around this place sometimes.
Dull?
Oh, Mort, you can't mean that.
So help me, Miss Brooks. I don't know why you're giving me that look of quizzicality.
I'd be willing to bet there's not one car owner in 1,000 who could lubricate his car thoroughly. For there are more than 20 vital wear points on the average car, and if most of us tried to find them, it would be pure guesswork. Even the expert lube men at the independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations don't rely on experience alone when they grease your car. Instead, they follow a precise lubrication chart recommended by the manufacturer of your car. And they use RPM greases and oils, each one tailor-made to protect those key wear points. Tailor-made, too, to smooth out road shocks and give you easier riding. So for low-cost maintenance and better riding, get a lube job with RPM greases every 1,000 miles. Get it at a standard station or independent Chevron gas station where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. Next week, when you tune our way for another adventure of George Valentine, you'll hear Lieutenant Riley saying...
Now, Valentine, you say your client was held up Tuesday night at 7 o'clock.
Uh-huh.
Well, According to this report, the only crimes that took place in our fair city on Tuesday night were a pickpocket apprehended at 7th and Duncan, and...
What's the matter, Lieutenant?
I should have remembered myself. The Hafey murder. Killer still at large. Victim previously married to... Here, Valentine, you can have the honor. You've earned it.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Gloria Blondell as Sheila Cronin, Virginia Gregg as Vivian Potter, Betty Lou Gerson as Maggie, Dick Ryan as Mort, and Tony Barrett as Charlie. The music is composed and conducted by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
We make mountains out of molehills. We putter around till even the easiest job seems impossible. Now, if you're that tired and pale besides, your doctor may find you have a borderline anemia, resulting from a ferronutritional blood deficiency. Then you need ironized yeast tablets. They help build up your strength by building up your red blood cells. So take ironized yeast tablets to get back your color, your vigor, your driving energy. Ironized yeast tablets.
Thanks for listening to HOJO Radio. We'll be back again very soon.